소리가 안 나.
고맙습니다.
왜
지각쟁이
난 안
햄투버.
나지? 네모 식빵님 26개월 구독 감사합니다. 잘 들려요? 나는 안 들려. 어쩔 거야? 기다려봐요.
고맙습니다. 해마 조카 오늘 시험 쳤잖아. 근데
모니터링과
망했잖아. 하지만
출력
단번에 더 잘 보면
들린다
되니까
이제.
암호케 하트.
햄솜님 20개월 구독 고맙습니다. 오늘 목요일이에요? 목요일이에요? 나 금요일인 줄 알았네? 뻥이에요. 알고 있었어요. 햄하. 오늘 저 영상 올라왔어요? 그러네.
고맙습니다.
짠심하다 어떡해.
킹모
김나님
빨간색 하트.
21개월 구독 감사합니다. 동봉호스 올라왔네. 꿀잼 컨텐츠 올라왔네요 여러분.
폰조카의 퐁구독
빨리 10번씩 보고 오세요. 햄튜브의 폰조카님 10개월 같은
고맙습니다.
10년 구독 감사합니다.
모야 물결표 구구덕 보고 있었는데.
올샴푸님 5개월 구독 감사합니다. 감사해요. 고마워요. 트윗 해야겠다. 트윗. 영상을 올리면 항상 트윗을 해야 되거든요. 어디 보자. 어딜 봐. 트윗. 트위터 하는 사람은 뭐라 그러지?
안녕하세요.
트친. 트위터리안이라서 제가. 안녕하세요. 저 앞머리 잘라야 되겠죠? 잘라야 돼. 뭐야? 잘라야 될 것 같아요. 셀프 컷? 셀프 컷은. 그리고 손톱도 다 깨졌어요. 그래요. 트위터 이미지 한꺼번에 볼 수 있어요. 제 프로필에 들어가서 이 미디어를 누르시면은 여기 이렇게 볼 수 있어요. 이렇게 모아보기 막 이런 거 말씀하신 건가? 그건 모르겠어요, 저도. 아, 모아보기요? 아, 여기 이렇게 보이잖아요. 모아보기. 이렇게 6개나 이렇게 모아볼 수 있어요. 최고죠? 그리고 옆에 나를 위한 트렌드. 이게 69데이가 이렇게 있어요. 예. 킹모 사랑해요님 5개월 구독 감사합니다.
고맙습니다. 해마.
감사해요. 저 오늘 목소리 어때요? 제가 유료 플러그인을 하나 샀거든요. 원래 OBS 자체 기능으로 노이즈 그거 이렇게 에어컨 소리 잡음 제거를 했는데 살살 녹아요. 유료 플러그인을 한번 사봤어요.
고맙습니다.
동글동글햄님 22개월 구독 감사합니다. 괜찮아요? 목소리가 맨날 작다고 하시잖아요, 제가. 햄 때문에 목소리 너무 작아서 스피커 크게 했다가 광고 소리 나올 때 내 귀 터졌어요. 막 이런 말 너무 많이 들어가지고 제가 그 마이크 데시벨을 항상 연락에 올려놓는데 그러면은 또 제가 비명을 지르거나
승호 요즘 계속 외출하더라.
비명을 지를 때
그러다
목소리가 너무
침대가 다
깨져가지고
잊어버리겠어.
그것
나 좀
때문에
섭섭할라
이
그래.
마이크가 안
나만
좋은 건가
직구게
했는데 알고
진심이지.
보니까 지금
음성이
제가
그렇게
쓰고
좋아.
있는
물음표. 그놈이 그렇게
마이크는
좋아.
다이내믹 마이크인데 다이내믹 마이크는 원래 다이내믹 마이크 자체가 EQ를 좀 만질 줄 아는 사람이 쓰는 게 좋다고 하더라고요. 감도가 너무 낮아서. 그리고 제가 쓰는 5인패도 그렇게 좋은 게 아니라고 하더라고요. 제가 찾아보니까 유튜브에. 예, 항상 돈을 쓰기 전에 잘 리서치를 해야 되는데
참 잘했어요.
돈을 쓰고 리서치를 하는 습관이 있어가지고 참 잘했죠? 네. 그래서 아무튼 포커스라이트도 좋은 모델이 있는데 제가 쓰는 건 제일 저렴한 모델이거든요. 근데 그 유튜브에 이렇게 검색을 해보니까 5인패 끝판왕 방송용으로 이거보다 좋은 게 더 없다. 막 이런 거 가격이 95만 원. 지금은 120만 원인데.
목소리 연락이 안 통해요.
5인패를 바꾸는 대신 유료 플러그인을 사야겠다 이러고 50달러짜리 유료 플러그인 뭐 번들로 구매를 했는데 뭐 이거 말고 다른 기능도 있는데
다이나믹 튜버.
그냥 이것만 쓰고 있습니다. 예. 제가 이 마이크가 되게 좋은 마이크거든요. 한 40만 원 중반대? 근데 이런 좋은 마이크를 쓰면서 이렇게 사운드를 날 것으로 그냥 쓰고 있단 말이에요, 제가. 그런 걸 잘 몰라가지고. 너무 50만 원어치 마이크에 한 20만 원어치의 성능도 지금 사용하지 못하고 있었다. 근데 또 플러그인만 깔고 다른 건 안 깔았어요. 막 EQ 잡고 막 데시벨 올리고 막 그런 거는 아직 안 했어요. 어떻게 하는지 잘 모르겠더라고요. 네. 막 도우 그런 걸로 막 이렇게 막 올렸다가 내렸다 막 이런 거 하더만. 나 그런 거 잘 못하가지고. 새님 17개월 구독 감사합니다. 네. DAW. 툴이에요, 툴. 애플 신제품 발표 봤냐고요? 그 테크 유튜버 분들이 정리해 놓은 영상은 봤는데 너무 진짜 하루도 안 돼서 완벽하게 편집을 해가지고 영상을 뚝딱 만들어서 업로드를 해주신다니까요? 여러분 유튜버 분들이 정말 대단하세요. 우리가 그 현장에서 그 애플 발표를 보지 않아도 다음날 자고 일어나면은 한국말로 한글 자막과 함께 내가 놓쳤던 모든 부분이 다 정리가 돼서 유튜브에 올라와 있어요. 그래서 진짜 이 사람들은 최고다. 이러고 시청을 했죠. 너무너무 정리를 잘 해주셨더라고요. 뭐 근데 아이맥이 아니라 그 맥북 에어가 가격이 40만 원이 올라갔대요. 제가 원래 여행 갔을 때 편집용으로 맥북 에어를 사야겠다고 생각을 하고 있었는데 그냥 여행을 안 가는 것도 나쁘지 않은 방법이겠다. 고구마 방구님 39개월 구독 감사합니다. M2 칩을 탑재한 맥북 에어가 나왔더라고요.
요즘 LG 그램도 좋다던데.
맞아요. 예. LG 좋죠. 우리 집 청소기도 LG고요. 에어컨도 LG예요. LG 좋죠. 청소기는 별로더라. 네. 청소기 다이슨 살걸. 후회했어요. 같은 100만 원이면 다이슨 사세요. 근데 제가 2년 넘게 써서 수명이 다 단 걸 수도 있어요. 원래 리튬 배터리가 수명이 2년이라고 하더라고요. 처음엔 잘 됐어요. 가습기는 에어레스트. 루케가 생일 선물로 사줬어요. 맞아, 레이저 나오는 다이슨 청소기 사고 싶잖아. 그래서 그거 연말에 할인하면 사려고요. 다이슨은 그거 프로모션 들어가면서 사라고 하더라고요. 융털 수집가님 감사합니다. 청소기에 레이저가 왜 나오냐고요? 그 레이저가 이렇게 쐬면은 걔네들이 먼지를 비춰줘서 레이저가 없을 때는 안 보이던 먼지가 보인대요. 정말 신기하죠? 완전 애프터 다이슨. 그래가지고 그 레이저가 먼지를 약간 뜨겁게 해가지고 좀 흡입하기 쉽게 이렇게 열을 보내준대요. 뻥이에요. 그런 건 없어요. 네.
햄튜님 저도 슈어 마이크 쓰는 중인데 유습으로 연결하는 거랑 XLR 케이블인가 뭔가로 연결하는 거랑 많이 다른가요?
그게 얼마나 다른지 궁금하시죠? 이제 유튜브에 그 마이크 제품명을 검색하시면 비교 분석을 해주신 테크 유튜버분들이 정말 많으세요. 그래서 저도 마이크 어떤 기종이 궁금하다 하면은 유튜브에 그 제품을 그냥 그 SM7B, 슈어 SM7B 이 제품이 궁금하다 하면은 그걸 이렇게 복사 붙여넣기 하면은 이렇게 비교해서 리뷰해주신 분들이 정말 많이 계세요. 그 영상 이렇게 보시는 거 추천드려요. 네. 정말 좋죠? 정보의 바다. 근데 내가 찾는 정보는 없더라고요. 네. 그래서 아까 고생 좀 했죠. 네. 그리고 또 영어로 검색하면은 영문 영상 같은 것도 볼 수 있거든요. 어떤 거는 자막도 있으니까.
그래서 많이 다른가요?
그쵸. 다르죠. USB니까. USB가 있고 없고가 다르겠죠? 그 모델명이 다르잖아요. 가격도 다를걸요? 가격이 아마 USB로 연결하는 게 조금 더 보급형으로 저렴하게 나온 걸로 알고 있는데
안 친한 사람이 오늘 생일이라는데 갑자기 생일 축하한다면서 선물하면 부담스러워할까요?
그럴 수 있죠. 네. 갑자기 카톡 선물하기로 생일 축하해 이러면서 5만 원짜리 선물 한번 보내보세요. 그 사람은 뭐지? 그러면 나도 얘 생일 챙겨줘야 되나? 얘한테 5만 원 생일 선물 보고 주고 싶지 않은데?
내공식 드릴게요.
이러면서 수많은 딜레마에 1년 동안 빠지게 될 거예요. 그 사람을 곤란하게 하고 싶다면 한번 보내보세요. 네. 가벼운 선물이면 괜찮을 거예요. 아마 1, 2만 원대로 추천드립니다. 네. 근데 막 5, 6만 원대 간다? 보낸다? 그러면 이제 좀 얘가 나한테 왜 이러지? 얘가 뭐지? 고마워. 이러고 선물 받고 마침 갖고 싶었던 거였으면 또 받겠지? 받고 이제 고민하겠지. 그리고 아마 내년에 현금은 생일 선물로 5만 원대가 아닌 4만 원대 선물을 보내면서 점점 가격 내리기 권법을 쓰지만 이제 현금분이 또 6만 원대 선물 보낸다? 그러면 그 사람도 내가 4만 원대 보냈는데 왜 6만 원대를 보내는 거지? 나 또 얼마짜리 보내야 되는 거야? 이러고 3만 5천 원대 선물을 보낸다. 근데 또 현금분이 5만 6천 원짜리 막 보낸다? 그러면 또 이러면서 본인 친구들한테 막 상담을 하겠지? 나 근데 진짜 요즘 얘가 나한테 뭐 이런 거 5만 원대 선물 보낸대. 이거 어떡해? 그럼 그 친구가 막 그거 그냥 선물 거절하게 하면 안 돼? 내가 갖고 싶었던 거라 이미 받아서 썼어. 어떡해? 그럼 뭐 그냥 2, 3만 원대 보내거나 그냥 무시해. 그러기엔 또 너무 먹튀하는 것 같아서 좀 신경 쓰이는데? 약간 이러면서 또 상담을 하겠지?
경험담.
몽키키 매직님 24개월 구독 감사합니다. 네. 그런 거죠. 근데 저는 다행히 카카오톡이 없어서 카카오 선물을 받은 적이 없거든요. 그래서 이런 딜레마에 빠진 적은 아직 없습니다. 네, 다행이죠. 생일 축하한다면 선물? 근데 보통 안 친한 사람의 생일인데 생일 축하한다면서 선물까지 보내나요? 그냥 뭐 스타벅스 기프티콘 그런 거 하나 보내면 되는 거 아닌가? 커피 상품권 이런 거? 선물 보내고 싶으면. 근데 나는 메시지도 조금 개인 메시지도 좀 굳이? 그냥 인스타그램 댓글 정도면 무난하지 않나? 아니면 좋아요? 카톡 개인 메시지 좀 부담스럽잖아. 답장을 해야 되니까. 댓글은 답장을 안 해도 되잖아요. 그냥 하트 찍 누르면 되고.
괴롭힘이구나.
그래서 많은 사람들한테 나의 소식을 알리고 싶을 때 그냥 사진 하나 띡 올리잖아요. 나 결혼한다 이렇게. 나 임신했다 이렇게. 큰 소식을 막 개인 메시지로 일일이 막 알리기 좀 부담스러우니까 그냥 막 그런 식으로 많이들 하지 않나요? 그래도 뭐 인스타그램 댓글 같은 거 달고. 근데 친해지고 싶은 사람이라고 하셨으니까 선물 보내는 거 나쁘지 않다고 생각해요.
햄조공 그런 거 부담스러워.
친해지고 싶으니까. 한 1, 2만 원대 선물 추천. 또 유튜브에 1만 원에서 3만 원대 받으면 기분 좋은 선물 추천 영상 있거든요? 그 유튜브에 한번 검색해서 보면은 요즘 기가 막힌 선물들이 진짜 많아요. 완전 좀 가격 대비 진짜 고급지고 받았을 때 너무너무 좋을 것 같고 내 돈 주고 사기는 아깝지만 선물해서 받았을 때는 정말 기분 좋을 것 같은 그런 소모품 같은 거 선물로 리스트가 쫙 있으니까 그걸 한번 이렇게 뒤져가지고 이 정도면은 괜찮겠네 이러고 하나 이렇게 보내면서 생일 축하해 나 누구누군데 나 알아? 우리 지난번에 화장실 앞에서 마주쳐가지고 잠깐 동안 1m 안에서 5초 동안 같이 숨 쉰 적 있는데 기억나? 그러니까 이런 식으로 물꼬를 틀면서 친해지는 거죠. 다들 그런 식으로 친해지잖아요. 그죠? 크리피하다고요? 그럼 어떻게 친해지는데요? 그렇게 자연스럽게 친해지잖아요.
디에디트 채널을 추천드립니다.
맞아요. 디에디트 라이프 채널 특히 너무너무 추천 잘해주시고 좋아요. 제가 믿고 보는 테크 채널 글루건으로 선물 만들어. 와, 진짜 손으로 선물 만든 거 보내주면 진짜. 그러면 진짜 부담스럽겠다. 내가 직접 만든 네 초상화를 한번 그려봤어. 점묘화로 한번 그려봤어. 이러면서 점묘화 이렇게 막 A3 크기로 이렇게 해가지고 콕콕콕 찍어가지고 액자 이렇게 막 풀프레임으로 이렇게 해가지고 메탈 프레임으로 이렇게 해가지고 생일이라며 축하해 이러고 리본을 이렇게 포장해가지고 리본 탁 찍어가지고 띵동 새벽 4시에 아니지 생일 12시에
손뜨기 목소리 주면 좋아할 것 같아요.
12시 정각 됐을 때 띵동 뭐지? 누구세요? 승현아 나야 너 오늘 생일이지? 서프라이즈 누구세요? 나야 나 박보기 박보기? 왜 우리 화장실 옆 칸에서 같이 똥 싼 적 있잖아 기억 안 나? 너가 화장실 안에서 통화해가지고 내가 화장실에서 통화하지 마세요 라고 정색 빨았던 거 기억 안 나? 너 진짜 아직도 그런 습관 있으면 꼭 고쳐. 그나저나 너 오늘 생일이라며 생일 축하해. 그런 식으로 서프라이즈를 해주는 거지.
와 오늘 큐브 하나 뚝딱 나왔다.
근데 지금 이분의 닉네임을 여러분
생일
주목해주세요.
친해지고 싶은데 아직 그렇게 안 친한 사람이 오늘 생일이라는데
지금 내가 너무 과하다고
갑자기
생각할 수
생일
있지만
축하한다면서
이분의 닉네임이
선물하면 부담스러워할까요?
지금 가장 과합니다. 네, 이걸 꼭 아셨으면 좋겠네요. 알아주셨으면 좋겠어요.
아리에스터 감독이 만든 영화 줄거리인가요?
애프터 양 영화를 보는데 크레딧에 스페셜 땡스 하고 이렇게 사람들 이름이 올라오거든요. 근데 아리 에스터가 있더라고요. 새벽 씨랑
손님
분가하겠습니다.
친해지고 싶은데 아직 그렇게 안 친한 사람이 오늘 생일이라는데 갑자기 생일
안 친한
축하한다면서
친구한테 생일
선물하면
선물
부담스러워할까요?
하는 10가지 방법 이런 걸 꽁트 튜브 하나 뚝딱. 애프터 양 후기?
10,000원짜리 기프티콘 정도면 안 부담스러울까요? 사이버
아,
시대 비대면 학교 사람이랑
비대면
친해지기 어렵다.
10,000원짜리 기프티콘 좀 부담스러울 것 같아, 솔직히. 10,000원? 딱 7,000원까지 추천드립니다. 조각 케이크 하나까지만. 근데 10,000원 이상 올라가면 조금 그렇지 않나요? 저는 제 생일날 이게 회사 비디오 블리츠 직원분들이 생일 투썸 홀 케이크를 쿠폰으로 주셨거든요? 부담스럽더라고요. 왜냐면 난 안 줄 거기 때문에. 내가 줄 거면 부담스럽지 않지. 근데 나는 안 줄 거니까.
저희 분가하겠습니다.
뭐를 해?
저랑 새벽 씨 분가하겠습니다.
아, 진짜 언제적. 네. 항상 감사드립니다. 비디오 빌리지. 아무튼 그래서 오늘은 스탠리 패러블 디럭스 울트라 디럭스 게임이 나왔다고 해서 그게 원래 한글 패치가 없으면은 게임을 좀 미루려고 그랬는데 한글 패치가 나왔더라고요. 그래서 오늘은 스탠리 패러블 디럭스 울트라 디럭스 완전판을 한번 해보려고 합니다. 햄카페에 추천해준 햄그분 감사드리고요. 제가 예전에도 스탠리 패러블을 했던 적이 있는데 영상이 남아있는지 모르겠네. 스탠리? 있다. 와.
짬찜했다.
와, 나한테 낚였네. 아니, 이게 타임라인이 있길래
짬찜했다.
눌렀는데 내 댓글에 좋아요 눌러놓은 거 열받네. 이때 약간 자막이 조금 이 자간이 이게 띄어쓰기도 아니고 좀 이상했거든요. 자막이 괜찮긴 했는데 조금 어색했죠, 이런 게. 그리고 2019년도에 했었네요. 예. 이거 무님이 쓴 자막. 맞아, 이런 중간중간 영상에 자막이 없기도 했거든요. 완벽한 자간. 네. 이 스탠리 패러블이 게임 역사에 한 획을 그은 그런 게임 중에 하나죠. 갓게임이죠. 그래서 오늘 이 게임을 한번 해보면 재밌을 것 같습니다.
짬찜했다.
Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his hope?
네. 근데 이게 똑같은 게임인데 똑같은 게임을 약간 좀 업그레이드 한 거라는데 그 내용이 너무 똑같으면은 재미없지 않을까 했거든요. 근데 또 추가된 게 되게 많다고 거의 스탠리 패러블 2라고 불러도 될 정도로 추가된 게 많다고 하더라고요. 그래서 좀 걱정인 게 제가 지금 원컴 방송을 하고 있지 않습니까? 그래서 조금 그래픽이 똥 화질이 될까봐 조금 무섭긴 한데 해봅시다. 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 겐카인? 아, 네. 스탠 울트라 디럭스. 울트라도 아니고 울트라 디럭스. 디럭스도 아니고 울트라 디럭스. 네. 울트라 중에 울트라. 해볼까요? 우후훗 우후훗 우후훗. 떨려. 떨려서 지금 약간 졸려. 야! 공포 게임 아니에요. 힐링 게임이에요. 철학 게임이에요. 헉! 구름이다. 한국어. 어머! 거러미. 착순이. 한국어. 헉! 네. 현재 시각 10시 11분. 정확한 시간을 입력하고 싶어. 페이스 아이디가 안 될 거면 왜 위로 쓸어 올리라는 거야? 12분. 곧 12분이 됩니다. 오케이, 완벽해. 알겠습니다. 마이크 소리가 커요? 어? 마우스, 조그만 마우스 저 안에 계속 움직이는 거 봐. 소름 돋는다. 너 누구야? 컴퓨터 너 누구야? 너 누구야? 너 누구야? 댐님 8개월 구독 감사합니다.
에옹.
네, 카메라 웹캠 위치가 여기가 괜찮을지 모르겠네요.
This is the story of a man named
오.
Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it
어머.
soul-making, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job.
잘 맞을 수도 있지.
Stanley was happy.
게임 소리가 너무 작아요?
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never...
아! 다시 봐야 돼. 아, 다시 못 봐요? 오프닝? 클릭만 한다고 스킵돼?
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
아, 괜히 클릭했어.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number
오케이,
427.
오케이.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
아, 레알.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his
어쩔
desk,
TV?
telling him what buttons to push.
돌고 도는 방구처럼님.
And
48개월 구독
this is what employee
감사합니다.
427 did every day of every month of every
어쩔.
year. And although others
어쩔.
might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the
어쩔.
orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi.
방학 아니야?
Never in all his years at the company
회사원들도
had this
방학
happened.
있잖아요.
This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong.
여름 방학이었던 거
Shocked,
아니야?
frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
지금 제가 저 사람 나레이션이 시키는 대로 해야 돼요. 오씨, 아니 스탠리, 스탠리 왜 이렇게 빨라? 슉, 샥, 슉. 스피드 텐리. 어? 요일 싫어. 몇 요일? 헉! 와 이런 거에도 다 자막 달아놨어요. 파티션 이런 거에. 뭐야, 클릭하니까 키보드 소리 난다. 어? 아 점프 도전까지. 점프 못한다는 도전까지 달성했대. 이거 약간 멀미날 수도 있겠는데요? 보건교사 안은영님 8개월 구독 감사합니다.
크댄이 너 일어나.
어머 이런 서류도 다 번역되어 있네? 양동이 채우기에 대한 일반적인 질문들? 와 인디자인을 안 썼나 본데? 아는 척 오졌죠? 클릭하는데 왜 키보드 두드리는 소리가 날까?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could
문
it mean?
닫혔어.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
회의실을 가야 되는데 되돌아가면 안 돼요? 아이스 참치 카라이님 34개월 구독 감사합니다.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
왜? 건드려볼 수도 있지. 나레이션으로 꼽주고 있어. 꼽순이가.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants
20번?
recognition.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10!
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 8,
I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
아, 이거 나한테 개똥 훈련 시키는 거 아니야? 나 또 너무 시키는 대로 또 착착 하고 있죠? 여기 20번?
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
아, 시키는 대로 다. 아, 노예가 된 것 같은데. 간다. 여기 아닌가? 아, 437? 아, 여기구나.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
가자. 415. 아, 너무너무 기대된다, 도전 과제.
Now, back to door number 437.
4, 3, 7. 진짜 이거 하면 도전 과제, 시크릿 도전 과제 달성해주는 거야?
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
카피 머신? 카피 머신이 어딨지? 아, 이거?
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
417?
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
어! 문 누가 닫았냐? 여기 데스크 올라가라고?
Yes!
Oh!
This is great! You're putting it all on the line,
올라갔어.
Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
416? 416?
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
그러마, 잠깐만. 나 지금 도전 과제 하고 있거든? 이거 진짜 아무도 못 찾은 그런 도전 과제거든?
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yeah!
예!
Oh, wow. That
진짜
hurts.
도전 과제 주네?
Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
끝이야? 오케이. 와. 근데 이 게임에 진짜 이상한 도전 과제들이 많거든요? 막 8년 동안 이 게임을 켜지 않았다가 8년 뒤에 이 게임을 켜시오. 막 그런 이상한 도전 과제가 실제로 있어요. 그래가지고 아마 게임 유저들이 그런 거 찾는 뭐 챌린지 같은 것도 할걸요? 이런 게 있는지 몰랐네. 어허. 가만히 있기 도전 과제? 헉! 가만히 있으면 나레이션이 나한테 말 걸 수도 있겠다. 그런 거 아닌가 본데? 저녁 먹었어요. 그리고 디즈니 플러스에서 뱀파이어에 관한 아주 특별한 다큐멘터리 드라마를 보기 시작했거든요. 지금 시즌 3 보고 있는데 약간 좀 오피스 감성 좋아하시면은 재밌게 보실 것 같아요. 뱀파이어들이 주인공이거든요. 근데 좀 뱀파이어들이 어딘가 어설프고 집사가 있는데 뱀파이어가 되고 싶어서 뱀파이어를 선망하고 동경해서 집사를 시작했거든요. 11년 동안 집사 일을 했지만 뱀파이어로는 아직 되지 못한. 근데 이제 그 나이가 많은 어떤 남작이 걔네 집에 찾아와가지고 유럽에만 있다가 갑자기 미국 스태튼 아일랜드 거기서 걔네들이 살고 있는데 거기 찾아와서 너네 지금 미국을 점령해야지 지금. 인간들 위해서 군림해야 되는 너희들이 뭐 하는 것이냐 이러면서 당장 이 스태튼 아일랜드를 너희의 것으로 만들어라 이렇게 명령을 내리거든요. 근데 이제 뱀파이어들이 저 꼰대 저거 어떡하냐 이러고 막 곤란해 하다가 또 다른 뱀파이어도 종류가 있는데 에너지 뱀파이어라고 있어요. 에너지 뱀파이어가 뭐냐면 재미없는 얘기를 해서 사람들의 기를 빨아먹고 사는 그런 뱀파이어. 그러니까 우리들 주변에도 있는 그런 뱀파이어거든요. 그러니까 와가지고 막 그냥 종이 얘기를 한 3시간 동안 하는 거야. 이 종이는 뭐 어떻게 부드러운 종이고 이게 어디가 뭐 섬유질이 얇아가지고 이게 다른 종이에 비해서 잉크가 더 잘 스며드는 그런 종이가 있고 막 이러면서 재미없는 얘기를 해가지고 아무튼 그런 뱀파이어가 있는데 그 뱀파이어가 인간들 위해 군림하는 아주 좋은 방법이 있다. 그러면서 자치구의회 같은데 이렇게 가가지고 순서를 기다려서 민원 같은 거를 신청을 하는 것처럼 그거를 해요. 그래 뱀파이어 순서 기다렸다가 이렇게 앉아있다가 네 다음 최승현 씨 나와서 말씀해주세요. 그러니까 걔가 나와가지고 너희들은 나한테 복종할지어다 이러면서 막 얘기하거든요. 그러니까 그 공무원이 이러고 듣고 있다가 네, 지금은 그 주제 말고 다른 주제에 대한 민원만 받고 있다. 다른 민원을, 이렇게 보내주실 거면은, 다음 회의 때 참석해 주시면 좋겠다. 그러니까, 주인공이, 다음 회의가 언젠데요? 이렇게 물어봐요. 2달 뒤쯤? 아니면은 웹사이트에 방문하시면은 언젠지 일정 확인하실 수 있다니까? 또, 네, 이러고 가. 그런 내용이에요. 약간. 모큐멘터리인데 엄청 웃겨요. 코미디 뱀파이어 모큐멘터리고 그리고 그 집사가 뱀파이어를 동경하는 그런 사람인데 그러니까 DNA 테스트 같은 걸 한단 말이에요. 재미로. 근데 자기 그 조상 중에 반헬싱이라는 사람의 이름이 있는 거야. 그래서 막 이거 웃기다. 반헬싱이면 뱀파이어 죽이는 뱀파이어 헌터인데 이거 완전 지금 근데 반헬싱 가상인물이잖아요. 막 이러고 물어보거든요. 그러면서 막 동공이 흔들리기 시작해요. 이러면서. 그러고 실수로 뱀파이어들을 엄청 많이 죽이거든요. 그 집사가. 근데 하지마 이러고 나무 조각을 던졌는데 뱀파이어 심장에 박혀가지고 죽고. 그러니까 완전 타고난 뱀파이어 킬러였어. 알고 보니까. 근데 또 그거 때문에 그 뱀파이어들이 누명을 써가지고 너네가 뱀파이어들 죽이지 않았냐 이러면서 회의에 소집돼. 막 재판 이런 거에. 근데 이제 그 소집돼가지고 막 재판을 봤는데 그 뱀파이어들은 아무것도 모르잖아. 어떤 뱀파이어 일가족이 몰살당했다 이러는데 그것도 다 집사가 한 거야. 근데 뱀파이어들은 저거 우리가 안 했어. 저거 처음 듣는 얘기다. 막 이러고 있는데 집사가 옆에서 막 이러고 있어. 그래가지고 그 회의에서 무사히 어떻게 막 잘 도망쳐요. 그래서 이제 뱀파이어 집단에서 자꾸 암살자를 그 집에 보내거든요. 걔네들 죽이려고. 근데 그 암살자들이 몰래 찾아오는데 그 집사가 집안 곳곳에 카메라를 설치해놨단 말이에요. 뱀파이어들이 암살자가 자꾸 찾아오니까 걔네들 또 찾아올 때마다 죽여. 툭툭 해가지고 막 죽이고. 장난 아니에요. 그 집사 캐릭터가 진짜 매력있고, 아무튼 뱀파이어에 관한 특별한 다큐멘터리 너무너무 재밌는데 시즌 1이 제일 재밌어요. 시즌 2도 재밌긴 한데 시즌 1만큼 센세이션하게 재밌진 않았다. 네. 디즈니 플러스에는 영화 버전은 없고 드라마 버전만 있는데 그 영화 캐릭터들도 카메오로 출연하긴 해요. 그 타이카 감독이랑. 아무튼. 그리고 뭔가 제작비를 좀 받은 그런 퀄리티. 원래 영화는 완전 인디 영화잖아요, 그거. 근데 드라마를 보는데 되게 유명한 배우들도 많이 나오고 돈 냄새가 나는 거예요, 드라마에서. 그래서 알고 보니까 나중에 나온 거였어. 아무튼 스탠리 패러블 이거 가만히 있게 도전 과제는 없나 봐요. 네, 진행하겠습니다. 회의실로 가라 그랬으니까 회의실을 찾아볼게요. 이거 모든 문 열어보기 이런 도전까지 되는 거야. 녹심님. 저 한글 보여요? 녹심님? 48개월 구독 너무너무 감사합니다. 와, 대박이다. 그냥 지나치는 그런 것도 다 해석을 해주셨네.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
왼쪽 문으로 돌아갔대. 지금 나레이션은 왼쪽 문으로 돌아갔지만 우리한테 지금 선택권을 주고 있죠? 하지만 오른쪽, 제가 지난번 게임에서는 오른쪽으로 들어갔나? 아, 이거 이번에 새로 나온 울트라 디럭스 버전 스탠리 패러블이에요. 그럼 왼쪽으로 들어가 볼까요? 왼쪽으로 들어갔다 한 마리도 없어. 얘가 회의실인가 봐.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
누가 내 머리에 똥 쌌어? 슬라이드가 자동으로 돌아가나 봐. 와, 자막 퀄리티가 대박이다. 이 슬라이드의 슬라이드 개수. 오. 오, 대박. 슬라이드에 관한 슬라이드. 방금 뭔가 무서운 게 지나간 것 같은. 대인관계 갈등 해결하기. 당신이 지금 2명이다? 싸움을 하려면 2사람이 필요하다는 걸 기억하라? 당신의 꿈은 무엇인가요? 혼수 상태? 해고당하지 않는 꿀팁. 말 적게 하기. 기대하지 말고 매일 엄청난 일을 해내기. 해고당하지 않기? 동료와의 분쟁을 해결하는 방법. 서로를 욕하고 다니기. 다른 동료에게 소극적으로 공격성 드러내기? 더는 자신을 돕지 않는 동료를 원망하기? 반드시 슬라이드 제목에 번들거리는 파란 그래픽을 입히고 텍스트에 입체 효과를 넣는다. 슬라이드 만들기 꿀팁? 다 봤다. 재밌는 슬라이드네. 청소 도구함? 여기 들어가면 또 아무것도 없었습니다 이러겠지?
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
뭔가 있을 것 같은데?
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
여기 머무를 이유가 없대.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
아무것도 안 하는데. 아니야. 클릭을 하고 있잖아.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
널 짜증나게 하기 위해서지. 알겠어.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no
말이
significance to the
많네.
story
이 도구함에
whatsoever.
대한 대사가 왜
I
이렇게
never would
많아?
have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending?"
청소 도구함
The
엔딩
broom
봤어?
closet ending was
청소 도구함
my
엔딩
favorite.
대박이더라.
I hope your friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and
올방이님.
ugly and really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
이 새끼가 10이야?
Well, I've come to a very
13이
definite
아니라?
conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken
쟤 왜
care
이렇게 말이
of
너무
before
심해?
it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
왜 이렇게 나가라고 난리야? 그냥 이 테이프를 보고 있는 게 얼마나 재밌는지 쟤는 모르나 보다. 덕테이프. 근데 외국에서는 청테이프가 아니라 덕테이프를 많이 쓰더라고요. 액션 영화 같은 거 보면 지혈할 때 덕테이프 붙이고 막 입으로 막 찍! 뜯어가지고 찍! 붙이고 막.
혹시 이 나레이션이 그 노잼 뱀파이어인가요?
아니 그 뱀파이어들의 악센트가 되게 매력 있어요. 이런 노잼 악센트 아니에요. 우리나라도 이런 덕테이프를 파나? 이건 뭐야? 노끈이야? 드라이버 4개 벤치 빗자루 대걸레가 없네. 별거 없네. 뚜시 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 뚜시. 제가 아무 말 안 하니까 재미없다.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species
아,
of
세컨
invalids.
플레이. 그 전에
Perhaps there's a
죽었다
monkey nearby
그러니까.
who can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
기싸움 레전드. 됐니? 나갈까 말까.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked
문
upstairs
닫혔어.
to his boss's office.
아. 올라가라 그랬나? 헉! 무서워. 어? 안 보여. 뭐라고 써 있는 거야? 안녕 로니. 사실 이게 1교시에 쓴 건데 2교시 가는 길에 너 사물함에 두고 간다. 이런 건 훔칠 애들이나 하는 거라고 내가 정했어. 답장 써줘서. 그리고 새로 그릴 만한 아이디어가 있어. 오토바이 타고 있는 두 마리 고양이 어때? 야, 아이디어 좋은데 진짜 쿨한 애들은 각자 쓴 페이지를 빼빼로 서로 교환한다고. 근데 우린 걔네들보다 더 쿨하잖아. 왠지 맞춰봐. 걔네들은 이거 빼빼에 못 썼거든? 애들 둘이 교환 쪽지 쓴 건데? 올라가야지. 화장실. 오, 여기가 사장실? 사장의 화장실. 사장의 화장실? 그런 느낌이 들었어. 돈은 훔치려고 쓰는 거야. 물론 네가 말고. 아무튼 정말 사랑스러운 지갑이야. 극한의 화장실. 목욕하는 남자. 세계의 재판에서 증언하다. 변기에 때가 끼는 것에 대해서 지치셨나요? 수도꼭지 배관. 화장실 거리. 밀어. 화장실? 화장실에 쓸데없이 공을 들여놨어. 놀래라. 자동문인가봐. 여기도 아무도 없어. 베이지색 페이지? 박박봉님 4개월 구독 감사합니다. 여러분 모니터가 이게 뭐예요? 나 이런 모니터 살아생전 처음 보네. 모니터가 원래 얇아야 되는 거 아니에요? 나갈래.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him, and so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
다 알려주네.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
어디 보자.
2845.
아, 조용히 좀 해봐. 아, 이거. (911)
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency
제발.
override kicked in, and the door just
어?
opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
웁디두? 메리 크리스마스. 웁디두? 와, 이게 올라가네. 뭐야? 공포 게임 아니야? 아예 안 보이는데? 너무 어둡다. 내려가기? 올라가기 버튼 눌렀는데 내려가네?
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
뭐라는 겨? 뭐야?
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into
다시
the
올라가는
elevator
게
and
되네?
went back up. Silly
아,
me.
몰랐어.
Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just
아,
lead
잘못
back to his
눌렀지.
boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
가능한지 몰랐지. 한번 다시 되돌아가 볼까요?
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating
2845
ways I could
아니었나?
have never anticipated. It's that
2845?
keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
쟤 되게 꼽주는 게 아주 꼽순이가 꼽 중에 꼽이네. 2485? 아까 번호 뭐였죠? 2845? 아니래. 8888? 이미 열려있어서 안 돼? 팔을 많이 누르면 도전 과제가 있어요? 그런 거 어떻게 알아요?
Eight.
에잇! 뭐야? 갑자기? 방금 그게 도전 과제라고? 에잇 이게? 아무것도 안 떴는데? 에잇. 끝인가 봐, 저게. 가자. 시키는 대로 하자. 항상 시키는 일만 했었던
Now he's getting back
스탠리니까.
into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this? Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he? Did you think we were going to go forward down the
Nope.
spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator.
와, 이런 걸 다
I can't even begin
예상하고
to grapple with
나레이션을
what might be
넣어놓은
up
게
there.
너무
Is it the
웃기다.
boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
아, 너무 웃기네. 어? 새로운 방 아니야?
Oh my god. It's the boss's office.
여기 어디야?
This absolutely
Whoa.
changes everything for me.
정이다.
Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
우와. 어? 야, 이런 것까지 만들어 놨다고? 엘리베이터 좀 탔다고 이런 식으로 막 꼽을 주네?
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No! No, wait! No! I need more time to process.
와, 진짜 더 심해졌다, 이 게임. 옛날엔 이런 거 없었는데. 있었나? 게임 플레이어가 나레이션을 킹받게 하면 나레이션은 똑같이 킹받게 하네요.
All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
마스터 스탠이래. 가자!
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
아유, 참. 말이 많으시네. 한 번 더 타면 뭐라고 할까요? 아니, 솔직히 이 정도면은 못하게 해야 되는 거 아니에요? 아, 엄청 뭐라 그럴 것 같아. 아니면 무시하는 거 아니야?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
뭐 아무 말도 안 하는데? 어?
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this
사장실.
elevator. But the suspense, The agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill.
내 핸드폰 놓고
I simply don't
와가지고
want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow?
아
There
느려.
we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's
미안해.
the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the
자꾸 왔다
story,
갔다 해서
the
미안해.
characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises? To have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to
죄송해요.
think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to.
내가 막 그렇게
We're being
잘못했나?
fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and
그렇게
we
막
all know
잘못한
it,
거
which
아니지
is
않나?
why we're so starved for content that
이런
makes us feel
얘기까지 들어야
sharp
되나?
and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley. Because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for
나랑
you.
목소리
So that
비슷한가
you can
보다.
talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, over here.
뭐야? 진짜 다른 데로 보내네? 어머, 개소리 하는 게 아니라 진짜였네?
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here
What?
somewhere.
어디야? 뭐야? 기자회견? 영화야? 모두 그를 향해 집중. 스탠리, 무대에서 라이브? 헉! 내가 주인공인가봐. 세상에서 가장 건강한 인간, 모든 비밀이 밝혀지다. 이렇게 만들었습니다, 피라미드. 화성에 간 남자. 완전 어이없네? 보기만 해도 똥영화. 전설의 아기. 나 이런
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door.
스탠리 오늘 밤. 스탠리가 그의 신간에서 모든 걸 밝히다? 다른 문은 근데 문이 안 열렸나? 그럴걸요? 못 들어가잖아 여기. 그거 말고? 이거? 그런 거 다 안 열리지. 가방? 이런 것도 안 열려. 지각력이 있는 기계? 헐, 얼마나 지각을 자주 하면. 대왕 자람. 위대한 알렉산더 대왕과 대화를 나누다. 대왕 자람.
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to
환영합니다,
craft a
스탠리.
truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley.
엘리베이터 좀
Okay,
탔다고
it
지금
looks
이런
like
걸
they're ready
보여준단
for you.
말이야?
Go get them.
427. 디테일 봐. 축하해 스탠리. 잘 됐다고 모른 척하기 없기다. 직장 동료들. 행운을 빈다 챔피언 너의 사장. 엘리베이터 타는 모습이 멋있어요. 이야기.
고맙습니다.
찌질이 햄밥님 19개월 구독 감사합니다. 그냥 무대를 뒤집어 놓으라고. 너 같은 이야기를 해줄 수 있는 사람은 아무도 없어. 용기를 내라 파이팅. 스탠리, 당신을 향한 저의 애정이 점점 커지고 있어요. 당신은 절 살아있다고 느끼게 해줘요. 당신의 아내가 아파트 엔딩에 나오는. 근데 내가 이 게임을 해봤다고 체크를 해가지고 이런 게 보이는 건가? 내가 이 게임을 안 해봤다고 체크했으면 뭔가 좀 다를까? 이 게임은 그럴만해. 피자를 개발한 바로 그 남자. 바로 그 남자. 여기에 나가면 뭐가 나올까요? 두근두근하네요. 스탠리! 엘리베이터! 엘리베이터 버튼. 어? 뭐야? 끝이야? 이게 엔딩이에요? 장난치지 말라는 거야?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could
모른
it
척하는 거
mean?
맞아요?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
그냥
missed a
엔딩이네
memo.
저렇게.
Oh, please. Are you
똑같아.
really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth?
아까 또 들은
no.
얘기야.
I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5
그냥
clicks.
끝났어.
Now suppose you were to click the... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
Stanley?
he entered the door on his left.
오른쪽으로 가봅시다.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Yes, truly a room
시원한
worth
음료.
admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
왼쪽에 있는 방으로 들어갔다고? 햄구들 사랑합니다. 사랑합니다. 감사합니다.
Stanley was so
Oh my.
bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
잠깐 딴청 좀 한 거 아니야. 여기서 아마 떨어지면 또 엔딩 아니야? 와, 진짜 이 게임은 진짜 너무너무 어떻게 이런 게임을 만들 생각을 하지? 정말 신기하단 말이야. 사망합니다. 사망에 이를 수 있습니다.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
아씨.
All of his co-workers
나 이거
were gone.
지난번에도 이런 엔딩
What did it
봤었던
mean?
것 같은데.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed
소리가
the memo.
너무 무슨 과일이 터지는 소리다. 뼈 부러지는 소리가
When
나지.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire
아 너무
it.
재밌네.
Wow. Yes. This
와우,
room.
예스.
What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank
멋진
goodness
멋진
Stanley
방.
had taken this detour
방
on his way
중에
to the
방.
meeting room. Life without having experienced
아빠.
this room was now too horrible even to
누가
consider.
방구 끼었어 라고 써있어 저 컵에.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room.
연유.
A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
지금 현실 시간인가? 아닌데? 아니네.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
왜 페이스 아이디가 내 얼굴을 인식 못할까?
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he
저 이번에
decided that the game was
크림에서
trying to
신발을
send a
하나
message.
구매 입찰을 해놨거든요? 와 근데 안 될 줄 알고 그냥 시가보다 훨씬 낮은 가격으로 써놨단 말이에요? 근데 된 거예요. 사고 싶지 않은데 취소를 안 해놨어가지고 내가. 근데 또 문의를 했는데 한 번 입찰이 되면은 환불력 안 된대요. 크림 정책상. 그래서 지금 배송 시작했다고. 갑자기 결제 문자가 와가지고 어? 에? 이렇게 됐어. 당근에 올려? 그래야 되나? 근데 출고가보다 훨씬 싸게 진짜 말도 안 되게 싸게 샀거든요? 그래도 비싸요 근데. 너무 좀 통탄스럽고 후회스러워요. 그쵸? 뭐 샀냐고요? 비밀. 후회 소비? 그런 적 있어요? 그리고 또 사고 싶었던 옷이 있거든요? 고민하는 사이에 품절돼가지고 못 샀어요. 차라리 다행이죠? 그리고 이번에 주문해놓은 옷이 있었는데 일단 진짜 주문을 하고 고민을 시작해야 돼. 왜냐면은 취소했거든요. 일단 주문을 해. 근데 어차피 발송까지 시간이 한 달 넘게 걸려. 인기템은. 그러면 주문을 하고 고민을 시작하는 거야. 그래서 배송이 되기 전까지는 그냥 취소가 되거든요. 뭐 깎이는 돈 이런 거 없이. 한 달은 좀 오바다. 한 일주일 있다가 배송해 주니까.
자랑해줘.
자랑? 나중에. 그래서 이번에 CN에서도 사고 문달에서도 샀었는데 둘 다 취소했어요. 제가 또 반바지에 빠져가지고 반바지를 좀 샀거든요. 그래서 바지는 이제 그만 사야겠다 이러고. 여름 하울 영상? 한번 이번 여름에 좀 코어포 여러 개 입어보고 진짜 괜찮은 거 있으면 또 추천 영상 한번 찍어봐야겠다. 맞아. 그걸 취소하잖아요? 왠지 꽁돈이 들어온 기분이다? 내가 쓴 돈인데? 막 얼마가 취소됐대. 그러면은 돈 생겼네? 이 돈으로 뭐 하지? 이러고 있어. 왜 그랬지? 근데 취소하니까 기분이 너무 좋은 거예요. 그 취소한 돈으로 또 다른 옷을 사겠죠? 네. 이번에 문달에서 여름 옷 나온 거 보니까 너무 이쁜 거예요. 근데 너무 비싸더라. 그냥 너무 깜짝 놀랐어요. 근데 이쁘긴 이쁘더라고요. 근데 너무 비싸더라. 근데 이쁘더라. 근데 다 같이 똑같이 생각했나봐. 다 품절됐더라고. 에헴. 왜들 그렇게 빠르지? 사람 너무 빨라. 자, 나레이션 조용하니까 그냥 가겠습니다.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back
다시
to
안
business.
열어주네. 그 엘리베이터 그거는 계속 열어주니까 그 엔딩이 있어가지고 계속 열어줬구나. 다시 한번 여기 가봅시다.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
이번에 제가 그 하울 영상에서 입었었던 청자켓 다시 재입고 됐던데 얼반. 그건 진짜 괜찮은 자켓인 것 같습니다.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing
저기를
but you
점프해야 되는 거 아닌가?
all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting,
Wait.
Really?
예!
Something? Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do
맞아,
want
이런
to
거
help you,
있었었던
to
거
show you
기억나.
something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Give me a chance. 모든 것이 위험합니다. 뭐야? 무섭다. 이게 뭐 하는 데인데? 몇 학년 몇 번인다? 양동이 반입 금지? 양동이 한번 찾아볼까? 양동이 없나? 어디 반입할 양동이 없나? 안 열리네. 양동이 아니야? 양동이 없네. 양동이가 동났네. 감사합니다. 감사합니다. 오!
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
빨간 문으로 들어갔대. 빨간 문으로 갈까? 파란 문으로 갈까? 지난번에 파란 문으로 갔나? 빨간 문으로 갈까? 파란 문으로 갈까? 빨간 문, 파란 문, 빨간 문, 파란 문, 파란 문.
Aha! Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
벽도 막아버렸어. 무서워.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
자, 여기서 뒤를 돌아보시면 여러분 파란 문이 여기 있습니다.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me
Yes.
stop you.
뭐가 있을까? 너무 기대된다. 벽.
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did.
어떡해.
And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you
없어.
wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go.
Oh.
A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for
이거
a spin.
옛날 그래픽 아니야? 갑자기? 에? 어?
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be
별점
honest.
남기라는 것
I'm looking
같은데요?
for some real critical feedback here.
한 2점?
Oh, well, now this is useful. You didn't like it, but you didn't totally hate it either. You enjoyed it, perhaps is the correct term. It didn't cause you excruciating
극심한
pain.
고통을
Big
일으키진
steps we've made
않았지.
here today, Stanley. Here,
일단 내
based
이름을
on the
자꾸
data from your
스탠리라고 부르는
previous
게 마음에 안
playthrough,
드는.
I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
에? 스탠리 패러블 경쟁표? 최악의 3%만 파란 문을 선택했대. 이것이 당신입니다. 9,328명의 플레이어 중 9,328등 친구 목록이 비어 있습니다. 이씨, 이 새끼들. 당신보다 우수한 플레이어? 이씨. 이씨, 괜히 봤어, 씨. 괜히 열심히 봤어, 씨.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
No.
Perfect. Let me boot it up. In
아,
this
이거
game,
해봤-
the baby crawls
아,
left
이거
towards
해봤잖아요.
danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail.
이거 지난번에도
It's a
이거
very meaningful
했잖아요.
game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours
네
a
시간
day
동안 저
to make
버튼
sure it's
누르라고?
effective. Be sure to keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't
게임이
think of
너무
a single thing
난이도가
that might
이게
improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try.
너무
I'm out.
어렵네.
I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
마인크래프트.
Let's see. What do we have here?
마크하자.
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
어?
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about?
마크가 아니라
What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower. Perhaps
무슨
for some
게임이지?
sort of twisted
이거
erotic
서바이벌
purpose.
게임 아니야? 겨울?
Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental
바뀌었어,
depravity.
마인크래프트에서.
So far, I love everything about this game,
Wow.
Stanley. And it seems there's even
역시
more.
울트라
Come,
디럭스.
let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
파이어예요? 파이어 워치? 오, 가스. 와, 퀄리티가 대박이다. 마크 중에 마크 나올 줄 알았는데. 파이어 와치스. 파이어 와치스래. 오. 파크라이 아니야?
Oh no. No,
Where?
no, it can't be.
왜? 왜? 야. 야, 어디까지 만든 거야?
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
왜? 아니,
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing.
아니.
That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any...
메이즈 러너였어.
Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to
다른
get us out
게임?
of here. Let's find another game.
저기 틈 있다.
Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big,
못
insurmountable
지나가는
walls.
틈이겠죠? 아우, 나가고 싶어.
Okay,
나가고
I think
싶어.
this will be just the thing.
또 무슨 게임일까?
Wonderful. See, this is
스카이라인
exactly what
그거
I
아니야
had in
이거?
mind.
도시 건설
Just a
게임?
nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now
게임이야?
this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
축구 게임? 차로 축구하는 게임?
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball.
공놀이?
Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have
차로
fun.
축구하는. 어머. 공이 너무 큰 거 아니야? 야. 오. 오. 야. 오.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes! Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it?
Two balls.
Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply
이제
have to have more. I'm
아, 이게 파란 쪽으로
insatiable.
오면은 공 색깔이
More
파란색으로 뜨네.
balls!
Oh my god. So many balls. Ball. Ball. 너무 많으니까 재미없다. 일거리 같아.
Are you
언제
enjoying
치워?
this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what
졌다
I
뺐네.
say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you.
뭐래?
Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
갔나봐. 진짜 갔네? 완전 삐순이 아니야? 여기서 나가는 길이 있을까? 이거 못 올라가는 거야? 꼴대 아래 떨어지는 거기로 떨어져 봐야겠다. 이 게임 이름이 로켓 리그인가요? 뭐야, 무섭다. 야!
Hold on. What are you doing?
안 갔어, 쟤.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
컴백이래. 여긴 뭐 하는데요? 공사 중인 게임 현장이야? 너무 어두워. 어! 에? 에? 오? 이상한 데로 떨어졌어. 아저씨, 여기 어디에요? 너무 어두워요. 아무것도 안 보여요. 와. 디테일, 걸음 소리 디테일이 대박인데? 어? (427이) 내 넘버였잖아요. 427. 내 방. 어? 분위기 왜 이래? 이거 비홀더 아니야? 이 안에? 뭐 하는 것들이지? 내 방에 아무것도 없는 거야? 스탠리. 구름이 말고 뭐지? 아무것도 없는. 어?
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end
이것도
to make
엔딩
sense out of the
중에
chaos
하나인가
and the
봐.
fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
어? 엔딩이구나. 저것도 엔딩이 몇 개야 도대체? 희한한 엔딩이 다 있네. 저런 엔딩 처음
All of
보는
his
거 같은데.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
마인크래프트도
decided to go to
없어지고.
the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
에? 새로운 콘텐츠? 이건 못 참지.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
뉴 콘텐트? 오. 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 오? 뭐죠? 신밧드의 모험인가요? 파피의 플레이타운인가요?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
아,
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon
스탠리
in
박물관.
2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
와, 대단하다.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting
와,
audiences
근데
the
자막이
world over.
대박이다.
Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable
와, 뭘까?
Ultra
너무
Deluxe.
Oh,
기대된다.
well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
울트라 디럭스면은 좀 진짜 기대되는데?
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
와, 엘리베이터가 움직이지 않네?
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving
와, 내
somewhere?
26,000.
Oh, there we go.
가네.
All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Let's do this. Come on.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content.
Oh,
Give me the content,
oh.
Stanley.
gimme.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle?
점프가 가능한 원이래. 이 게임에 점프 기능이 없거든요. 감동이다. 35번? 게다가 리미티드야? 와, 진짜 대박이네. 와, 여기 이거 원에서 나가면 점프 못해. 여기 안에서만 할 수 있어. 와, 이 사운드. 이 바람이 바짓단 사이로 이렇게 막 들어오는 이 사운드. 점프 지금 한 5cm 뜬 것 같아, 지금. 어떡해. 나 이제 4번밖에 안 남았어. 아. 진짜. 와. 마지막. 야! 어? 안 돼, 이제. 아. 픽셀도 깨졌어. 짧지만
is that it?
즐거웠다.
Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
뭐가 또 있나? 어? 거짓말. 거짓말. 끝이야.
Goodness. Another elevator.
아, 이거 타고
I
또
have to say,
다른 걸 하러
initial
가는 건가?
impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If
솔직히
this is new
압도적으로
content, then I
긍정적이긴
could just
하다.
read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more.
어?
Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
새로운 콘텐츠를
That's it?
플레이해 주셔서
Oh, you've
감사합니다.
got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their
탐욕스럽네,
fan base
아주.
rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
아, 웃겨.
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too
도전
much
과제를
anticipation
무시하라는
around the
도전
new
과제가
content,
있대.
I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such
그건 무슨 도전
expectations.
과제야?
If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
그런 적 없었던 거.
What do you say, friend?
예? 게임 리셋하고 처음부터 다시 하라고? 뭐야? 리셋? 이상한 대로 리셋해. 어머, 옛날 오피스 사진 붙여놨는데? 이게 어디야? 초심이야 지금 여기?
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
절로 가보자. 커피에 미치다? 굉장히 수상한데? 어머, 어머. 커피에 반하다는 아는데. 에일리언 아이솔레이션 아니야?
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
이게 뭐야? 이거 문나이트야 뭐야? 오마이갓 이게 뭐야?
Call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my
미드소마
life
같은데?
whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
추억의 공간.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it
최고의
was sullied with
재산이란
a cheap re-release?
바로
Remember back in
추억이다.
October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity.
약간
Back then, it all meant something. old
스탠리
witch.
베러블 스틸 사진 있어. 아, 2013년. 와, 내가 개언예대 입학했을 때네. 최승현의 취미생활. 그때 진짜 좋았지. 스탠리 패러블. 게임 팩인가봐. 인디펜던트 게임 페스티벌 관객상? 와, 대박이다. 정말 대단한걸? 와, 영국 영화 텔레비전 예술 아카데미 수상작 더 라스트 오브 어스. 스탠리 패러블? 와, 대박이다. 라스트 오브 어스라고 써져 있는 것 같은데. 와, 스탠리 패러블? 이것도 탄지 몰랐네. 야, 더 라스트 오브 어스? 와, 진짜 짱이다. 우리의 첫 키스. 첫 번째 자가용. 그리고 2013년에 발매된 더 스탠리 패러블. 이게 뭐죠? 아이유, 박효신, 그리고 스탠리 패러블? 추억의 공간. 넌 일이 좋아. 난 일이 좋아. 내 상사가 싫을 뿐. 오리지널 리메이크. 좋았던 한때? 좋았지. 그 일이 있었다는 것에 웃어봐요. 과거를 회상하는 추억 여행. 진짜 클릭하고 싶지 않은 유튜브 영상 썸네일. 1등, 2등, 달러. 헉, 데모? 야. 맞아, 이 도전과제. 5년 동안 플레이하지 않기 도전과제가 있어요. 근데 이게 진짜래요. 7년이 아니었네. 실제 리얼 라이프타임 5년 동안 플레이를 하면 안 돼요. 나 몇 년 됐지? 나는 지금 4년 됐나? 하루라도 틀리면 다시 기다려야 된다고? 아, 열받아. 도전과제 격파하는데 흥분감을 느끼는 게임 유저들이 많거든요? 이거 얼마나 열받을까? 수상 후보. 수상 후보. 수상 후보. 아까 탔다고 해놓은 거 전시해놓고 수상 후보도 전시해놓은 건 뭐야? 놀랍도록 혁신적인 개발진들. 50% 할인 명품 모자. 하지만 작은 생명체가 나머지 절반을 소유합니다. 무슨 말이지? 대학들은 가난한 학생들을 위해 덜 노력한다. 아 맞아, 이런 엔딩, 이 엔딩 나 기억나는 것 같은데 이거. 와. 스탠리 페러블이 어려운 결정을 내리다. 뉴욕 타임즈가 아니라 로스앤젤레스 타임즈. 어허. 어? 작은 스탠리? 햄쥐? 햄쥐 스탠리? 이 노래 뭐야?
Je suis dans la mémorise.
And over here is where I keep
Memory?
reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from
와,
Destructoid.com.
정말 대단하다.
James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "We're so many
그
games
어떤
that
리뷰도
aspire
읽지
to be
마세요.
more than
이
games
리뷰만
end up less than
빼고요.
any form of art. Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created."
게이머들의 모든
Did you hear that,
심리를
Stanley? Every
파악하는
game
그런
ever
게임.
created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all.
이
It isn't
게임을
even
어떻게
the Stanley Parable
리뷰하시겠습니까?
anymore.
답은
It's just a
간단하죠.
husk
하지 마세요.
now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
물? 스탠리 페러블. 헉, 나레이터 대본집인가봐 이거. 근데 좀 무섭다. 프레임도 좀 무섭. 뭐야? 스탠리 페러블 사진들인데? 그땐 좋았지. 마인크래프트 맞아 이거. 헉! 오리지널. 올해의 인물. 오리지널 리메이크? 똑같은 거 계속 보여주는 것 같은데? 빨간 문, 파란 문 여기다 해놨어. 근데 진짜 이렇게 한글 패치가 너무 잘 돼 있으니까 게임 할 맛 난다.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com.
What?
The
이거?
Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a
이게
game.
진짜로 실제
9 out
있는
of 10. Don't you
리뷰인가?
get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It
근데
didn't
이
need
사람은
new
이
content.
나레이터는
It just needed to be
시간이
left
지금
alone,
2013년에서
to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game
9년이
memories.
지났는데 목소리가 어떻게 이렇게 똑같지? 목소리가 더 바뀐 것도 없이 어떻게 이렇게 똑같냐? 짱이다. 나는 처음 게임을 플레이할 때 잘못된 길로 가려 하는 사람 중 한 명이다. 그런 사람들 있어 진짜. 시크릿 찾으려고 별거 다 하는 사람들 있잖아요. 게임에 숨겨놓은 것을 보기 위해서 하나하나 반대로 움직이는 본능. 나의 욕망의 표현. 솔직히 게임 좀 하는 사람들이라면 다 있지.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to
기억나요.
have it all over
써있는 거 너무
again.
웃기다. 아까 다 본 거죠? 지하? 헉, 다시 되돌아가?
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
아래 뭐가 있는 거냐? 네가 알지? 안 좋은
Oh, no.
안
God,
좋은
no.
평가 있는 거 아니야?
Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years.
스팀
I can't even
평가란이래.
imagine what's been collecting down here.
헐.
Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
똥겜 막 이런 거 써져 있는 거 아니야? 어떡해 무서워. 비추짱? 아 진짜 어이없어. 뭐야.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and
와, 이 사람 아이디
unfunny,
진짜 있는
with his
사람인가
humor
봐?
and dialogue proving to be more irritating than
저격
entertaining.
장난 아닌데?
Funny? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley
엎어버렸어.
Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
funny. 재미 없을 수 있지. 호불호가 있을 수 있지. 그 나레이터가 좀 짜증나긴 하잖아. 야, 스팀 리뷰는 저렇게 창고에 막 적재해놨네. 또 비추천 또 있다 저기.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this
3시간 했어.
preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness.
프리치.
This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't.
틀린 말은 아니지.
Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to.
아니라고 할
These
수는
black
없지.
marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record.
인정하는
I
부분이지.
feel like a failure. Like I let these people down.
지금
Perhaps the Stanley
지금 안 좋은
Parable
평가
isn't quite as sterling
두
as
개
I
봤다고
always
지금 저러고 있는
remembered.
거야? 멘탈이 지금 거의 마파두부인데?
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his
잘난체 하는
long-winded
듯한 목소리?
explanations of what's happening.
스킵 버튼이 있었으면 좋았을 텐데?
A skip button.
9시간 넘게
Oh,
플레이했어.
yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
스킵 버튼이 생긴다고?
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant drip... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary... Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer.
길어지고
That
있대.
last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? Stanley, please don't push the button
12시간.
again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the
문도
door is
없어졌어,
gone.
어떡해?
It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control... Oh, Stanley, look back.
저 사람
You're
어떻게
back.
멘탈 나갈
Oh,
것
my
같아.
goodness.
어머!
I have someone to talk to again.
죽었어.
Stanley, I think it's been
일주일?
well, 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time.
이게
Just sitting
이상해.
here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel
김꼬무리님
like
2개월
what
구독
we've already been
감사합니다.
doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because
이
I
사람
know
스킵
you
안 하면
can't
대사가
hear me
얼마나
once you push
길까?
that button.
엄청 길지
That's what
않을까요?
I'm
스킵 버튼
realizing
안
now,
누르면?
Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let
아니요.
me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel
1년
of
동안
missed
있었어요.
opportunities. I felt nothing at
버티네.
all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest
말
longing to
진짜
undo
많다
the
근데.
past.
아,
And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I could...
죽었나 봐. 몇 년이 지난 거야? 1년? 5억 년 지난 거 아니야? 아무 말도 없네. 에? 뭔 소리지? 시계? 알림 소리인가? 아니 여기서 나는 거 같아. 이거야?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant
Oh.
to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to
Well.
speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed,
Did you?
they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic
남욕하고
little
있는데?
thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromised...
랜덤 버튼인가? 도대체 언제까지?
The end is never the end, 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 is never the
힙하다.
end, is never the 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 end is never end is never the end is never the end.
여기 재미없죠?
End is never the end.
스킵할래요?
End is never the end is never the end is never the end is never the end is never.
스킵 버튼을 만들어 달라 그랬던 그 리뷰어한테 하는 어떤 복수인가 봐, 지금 이 장면이. 그죠? 스킵 버튼? 얘들아 안 되겠다. 우리 회의 좀 하자. 이러고 이런 장면을 회의를 통해서 개발을 한 거지, 개발자들이. 이렇게 꼽주려고 그 리뷰어한테 이런 식으로 이렇게 정성스러운 꼽을 매기기 위해서. 여기서 바람이 들어오는, 외풍이 들어오는 것 같은데? 어! 해가 들어오네? 오. 점점 이 건물이 무너져서 내가 나갈 수 있게 되는 걸까? 어? 우와. 몇 년이 흐른 거지? 이상하다. 야, 아름답네. 예? 무슨 상황이지? 갑자기 또 망했어? 이상해. 무슨 무서운 소리 나. 어? 세상. 헉! 이제 드디어 고장 났나봐, 스킵 버튼이. 헉! 마법의 스킵 버튼이 드디어. 어머. 세상에. 여긴 어디? 세상이 망했어. 광야다. 설마 엔딩? 엔딩의 그 종류가 엄청 다양해진 것 같아. 예상을 못하겠다. 와, 갓겜 스멜?
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
나레이션이 달라진 거 소름이네. 나레이터가 와우. 뉴 콘텐츠. 여기로 들어가면 아까랑 똑같을까요?
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very
Oh!
exciting to show
아까랑
you.
다르네. 뭔가가 더 추가됐나봐. 사인이 엄청 크게 뭐가 추가됐어 지금. 뉴 컨텐츠에 뉴 중에 뉴? 그래 알았어. 바로 가서 볼게. 그럼 종이 쪼가리니?
You see, Stanley, I've been
바로
reflecting on
출발해요.
the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley
자주적이야.
Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
와!
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few
427.
minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover
2.
with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This
모니터도
is what
얇아졌어.
fans have truly been asking for.
와, 최신이야. 야. 구시대야, 전화기. 와. 투자자 쇼케이스? 대박.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2,
Ultra Deluxe.
now that's an
까네.
artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising
시장을
potential.
이거 진짜 그냥 울트라 디럭스라기보단 2 같은 느낌이 있긴 하다. 원래 사무실이 더 나은 것 같은데. 2. 그들이 돌아왔다. 그들이 돌아왔다. 새로운 컨텐츠는 빼고 새로운 컨텐츠를 추가. 식상함, 따끈한, 지루한 차트 조각, 빨갛고 멋진 차트 조각. 2개의 문화. 어이없어. 햄티브가 만들 법한 썸네일 같은 느낌인데? 역대급 막 이런 거. 이런 단어 좋아하거든요. 국내 최초 막 이런 거. 스탠드 로고 아이디어래. 약간 엄브렐라 아카데미 같은데? 아, 2라서 2명이야? 오.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
이쪽이 무대입니다. 새로운 콘텐츠. New features. features. 넷플릭스인 줄 알았어? 헉, 버스가 여기 왜 있어? 유엘님 49개월 구독 감사합니다. 와, 49개월이라니 정말 믿을 수가 없다.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
와, 장난 아닌데? 헉, 뭘 이렇게 많이 추가해놨대? 이름을 말하는 버튼? 당신의 멋진 이름을 게임에서 들으세요? 아니 버튼 하나 누르러 가는 걸
For
엄청
the Stanley Parable 2, I asked
꾸며놨네?
myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and
완벽한
validated as
버튼으로의 여정.
So with that in mind,
너무
my
큰,
first addition to the game is this
너무
button
작음.
which speaks the name of the person
딱
playing the
알맞음.
game. Isn't that wonderful?
여기서 체험해 보세요. 이름.
Sorry, I should have clarified.
Ah,
Right
Jim.
now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name
아직
that is.
거기까지 개발이 안
Here,
됐대.
let's have you
아직.
role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
짐.
I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking
난
as Jim,
짐이다.
falling in
나는
love and being heartbroken as Jim,
짐덩어리다.
seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim, watching your dreams
짐살라빔이다.
crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really,
잘 안
truly
돼요.
Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
잘 몰입이 안 되는데요. 무슨 성현이도 아니고 승연이도 아니고 짐? 아니, 별론데요. 안 하면 안 돼요?
Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
이래서 윗대가리들이 이렇게 막 추진하는 거 이렇게 하면 안 된다는 거야.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the gym button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
다시 내보내주는 거야? 아싸. 후. 당신의 이름 마참내. 자,
I
또
suppose I could allow
무슨
only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
레드 is the new 오렌지. 점프 가능한 원, 끝없는 구멍? 엑스포 홀. 출구가 있네. 끝없는 구멍. 공짜로 새롭고 쉬운 도전 과제 얻기. 이렇게 간단하다니 믿어지지 않아요. 여기서 받아가세요. 공짜 도전 과제. 레버를 당기세요. 그냥 바로 달성돼요.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
없어. 이래서 세상에 공짜는 없구나. 도전과제 되나 했더니 실망이다. 아 참나. 이렇게 막 광고 오지게 때려놓고.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
끝없는 구멍이야. 응? 이게 어디죠?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th
언젠간
Birthday.
잘 될
Which would you
거야.
go with?
언젠간 잘 될 거야.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday,
뭐야!
Stepniece, it is.
내가 그런 거 안 해줬어.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
킹받게 하는 게 뭐 있어? 스크린샷 금지. 딱히 제재하는 거 없는데요? 되는데요? 잘만 지키는데요? 윈도우 스크린샷?
Come now, you've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
응? 그거 저장됐어요. 윈도우 스크린샷. 끝없는 구멍 갈 건데? 끝없는 구멍? 멀천다이스. 안심을 주는 양동이? 안심을 주는 양동이 재밌겠다.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental
쟁반
problem
노래방
of the
아니야?
game.
위에서 떨어지는 거
It's
아니겠지?
the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
오케이.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing
깜짝 놀랐네,
despair,
아저씨.
must already be sweeping
무슨
through
소리가
your
왜
body.
그래요?
And in fact, can I
쫓건
say
줄
that I do
알았어,
believe
아주?
the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to
아이템
go on and
들기
on,
기능
don't
생긴
they?
거 좋다.
All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
양동이 얻었으니까 그 양동이 금지존에 이거 가지고 가면 뭐 있나?
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
씨 짜증나. 씨, 표정 봐. 어디로 가야지? 어디로 가야 되지? 끝없는 구멍. 끝없는 구멍. 점프 가능한 원.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece
뭐야?
then.
아까 그게 끝이었다고 진. 와. 아. 와. 엔딩도 봤는데 안 돌려주네. 진짜 너무한다. 끝없는 구멍 끝나지 않아요. 거기지? 끝나지 않아요? 구멍. 무한대로 구멍의 구조. 교육 목적으로만 이용 가능. 무한. 계속 내려갑니다.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
끝없는 구멍?
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
와. 화장실 좀 갔다
Now,
올까요?
I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
물도 좀 가져와야겠다.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
끝없는 구름이. 구름이가 설거지를 해놨어요. 밥그릇을 끝없는 구멍이라고 그래놓고 끝있는 구멍이었잖아. 새로운 머그잔. 담배꽁이죠. 이 세상의 진리를 알아버렸다. 하늘에 날린 파랑새 날린 돌이 되어버린.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much.
나는 구멍이
A normal
좋다.
person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time.
나는
Don't need to see it all,
구멍
but not you.
매니아다.
Oh, no. You have a weird sort of... Oh.
아까보다 더 짧아졌는데?
Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing...
You know me. 어!
Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only
점점-
not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and
짧아지고
less
있네?
infinite. I suspect
왜지?
that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep,
그냥
even by the
홀인데?
lax overall standards for accountability and marketing.
그냥
What's
구멍인데?
going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is.
Oh!
The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed
나
with
점프 못해서
holes,
못
but at this
올라간다.
depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
안 돼.
The teleport button not working?
어,
You sure?
안 돼.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an
텔레포트
explanation. It was working
시켜줘.
just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
구멍과 평생 함께하게 됐어. 아니, 와, 이러니까 비추천 리뷰너 맞지. 재수없는 놈. 사기나 치고. 사기꾼. 뭐야, 왜 이래? 욕한 거 들은 거 아니야? 뭔 소리야? 어? 구멍이 점점 내려가고 있어. 뭐야? 오 마이 갓. No. 어떻게 얻은 양동인데? F? 아! 현식? 야. 현실? 와, 진짜 어이없다. 현실? 와우. 어.
My head's stronger. You're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's stronger.
자신? 오, 와우. 와우! 자, 2층. 오!
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley?
어머!
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of
아,
dozed off
재밌었는데.
there,
아,
drifting away into
뭐야.
dreamland.
나 자신
But
한
we
번
can't
더
have that,
변경해
Stanley,
볼걸.
because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second
꿈꾼
of it.
거야?
You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many
아, 진짜
years
아직
here
끝난
in
게
this
아니야?
hole.
아,
And
그래?
I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
G. 뭐야? 어? 에?
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
거의 바뀌었어. 거의 끝없는 구멍. 헉! 괄호 열고 거의 괄호 닫고. 됐어요. 이젠 끝났어요. 또 마케팅 솔직하게 하네. 이런 거는 안 바꿔놨네. 안 열려. 아, 뭐야. 아쉽다. 빨리빨리 해놓을까. 제가 원래 뒤돌아 있었나? 뒤돌아 있는 거 있었나? 아, 계속 도는구나. 천천히. 에필로그?
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
에필로그. 설정하기 세계 챔피언? 설정하기. 설정? 설정하기를. 설정하기를. 뭔지 모르겠다. 왜 있는 거지? 설정. 그냥 나갈까? 끝없는 구멍이 제일 재밌었다, 그죠? 찾을 수 있을까요? 찾을 수 있을까요? 콜렉 데몰. 어?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
오 마이 갓. 뭐야, 에일리언 포스터 같아. 와, 진짜 갖고 싶지 않다. 이렇게 우울해 보이는 피규어는 처음이야. 와.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
되게. 그렇구나. 오케이. 이 지도? 공짜 도전 과제? 상품. 설정하기 세계 챔피언이 뭐지? 수집 요소. 끝없는 공. 설정하기 세계 챔피언? 오.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
네. 약간 컨트롤 생각난다 여기. 헉! 시뻘게. 스크린샷 금지. 헉! 뭐야 여기?
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
왜 이렇게 혼자 신났어요,
Are you
교수님?
ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
스크린샷.
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. and I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they wouldn't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
오! 오! 와! 잘 만들었는데? 그럴듯한데?
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
헐, 진짜 게임 시작하는 진짜 메인
Stanley worked
화면이었네?
for a company in a big building
바뀌었네?
where he was
아까 걔가 설명한
employee
것처럼?
number 427. Employee number 427's
약간씩?
job was simple.
아까 걔가 막
He sat at his desk
원래에서
in room
뭘 추가해야
427
된다고 막
and he
그러거든요?
pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor
진짜
on his
투
desk, telling
시작하는
him what
건가?
buttons to
원이
push,
아니라
how long
이게
to push
투인가
them,
봐.
and in what order. This is what Employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in,
재밌다.
as though he had
어!
been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions,
풍선 달려있는
call a
거 봐.
meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This
풍선이 너무 안
complete
어울려, 어떡해.
isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
와, 이게 스탠리 패러블 2야? 와,
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
터트리고 그런 거 없나 봐.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't
똑같아요.
make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
양동이가 있다고요? 어,
Stanley picked up the bucket.
양동이다. 아, 그래서 그 양동이는 출입할 수 없습니다. 이게 여기까지 진행하는 사람들을 위한 그런 문구였던 거야? 대박이다. 여기 추가 콘텐츠 그것도 사라졌어. 대박. 진짜 이상하고 너무 좋다.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
그곳이 어디였는지 소희는 까먹었어.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
지금 양동이가 추가된 거예요? 나레이션에?
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
Oh,
was
왜
this
안
better
그래?
than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
와, 양동이 추가된...
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
이거 중간에 떨어져야 되는 거긴가?
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
양동이
The cargo
성대모사 하지
lift,
마!
yes, go there. Go to the cargo lift.
저기로 떨어져야 되죠.
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
모든 것이 위험합니다. 여기다!
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets
여기다.
past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is
양동이
a bucket
반입
and what
금지.
isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about
뭐야?
it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding
To
of
be or
what
not
is
to be.
and isn't
To
a
양동이 or
bucket.
not to
Please,
양동이. 어머!
step in here for a moment.
와우. 여긴 어디? 양동이 잖아. 이것은 양동이일까요?
I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you
Is it
a
cake?
bucket. Simple enough,
그런
right?
거야?
This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
가면을 벗고
Okay, let's
양동이를 공개해 주세요.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
맞는 것 같은데.
Incorrect.
아니야?
It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
헐. 깜빡 속았네?
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
아니다.
Correct.
어?
It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket,
오.
not an actual bucket.
어쩐지 저 뭐가 보이더라.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
이거는 버켓이야.
Correct. This is a bucket.
어떻게 알았지? 찍어놓는데.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
양동이가 보통 엔진이 달려있지는 않지 않나? 아무래도 양동이는 그 양동이가 시동이 걸리거나 그러진 않지 않나? 이거 양동이에요? 아
Are you
아니래.
hallucinating? This is a tractor.
아,
It's an enormous
트랙터구나.
machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up?
아.
Absolutely incredible.
약간 헷갈렸다.
Let's just
난
move
색깔이
on to the next
비슷해가지고. 헷갈릴만 했네. 오,
Is this a bucket?
이거는 약간 좀 다른데? 연기가 나는 게 조금 아닌 것 같기도 해. 양동이한테는 연기가 안 나니까. 근데 혹시 몰라. 엉덩이? 오!
Correct. This is a bucket.
양동이래. 어쩐지.
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
엉덩이.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is?
버켓.
Am I
버켓.
a bucket?
버켓. 버켓.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this.
버켓.
I'm losing myself, and myself was
Bucket.
all I ever had to begin with.
버켓.
I'm afraid the bucket is
Bucket.
threatening to tear our relationship apart.
Buckets.
I can't have that. I'm
Bucket.
sorry. But I'm going
Bucket.
to erase all buckets
Bucket.
from the game entirely.
버켓.
Okay, here we go.
버켓. 어? 와!
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God. I had
양동이만
no
사라지게
idea.
한다고 했는데 모든 게 양동이었대.
Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either.
너희들도
This is
조심해.
wonderful news. We're
너희들도
not
양동이
buckets.
되지 않게 조심해.
Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
양동이의 엔딩이었던 거임?
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
아무렇지도 않게 재시작하네? 양동이다.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
내 사랑이 되어줘. 양동이잖아. 양동이.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
청소 도구함? 이쪽이었나?
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
아까랑 똑같네. 여기 있다. 아이고. 오, 오랜만이다.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This
양동이를
broom
원하고
closet
있대. 청소
believes it
도구함이.
deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other
아니야.
cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be.
given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your
소유욕
shoulders right now,
레전드?
but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty
어머, 내
insults
욕을 하고
simply in order to
있대.
get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never.
정확해.
Go on, Stanley. Lay into it.
맞는
Really
말이야.
tell the broom closet off for its demeaning
청소도
comments.
고함에 비하 발언?
Expand on the wide variety of experiences
난생
you
처음
and the bucket
들어보는
have shared
단어의
together.
등장.
Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it. Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more
아니야?
debate, no more
내
discussion.
거야.
Take our
이
hype broom closet with all your meandering
들어가.
philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
청소도구 하면 쓸데없이 대사들이 너무 많네.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also
귀여워라.
a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is
아,
a bucket or
헷갈릴만
not,
하지.
you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket.
양동이네.
There really is a
이러고.
wide variety of applications for this
그럴만
sticker.
하지. 인정. 인정딸이 인정딸. 가볼까요?
You know what? I could take the name calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to
아직
be
끝난 게
honest,
아니었어?
I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
버켓이 그렇게 좋아? 근데 왜 그렇게 써? 기선 제압하고 갈까요?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
여기 오랜만이네. 화장실. 에이? 아까랑 멘트가 달라진 것 같다? 사장이 손해를 봤다면 사장이 선택한 일이고 사장은 자신이 한 말을 사장 스스로 알고 있기 때문이지. 뭔 말이지?
Found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember,
사람이 서 있어서
no
놀랐어.
reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of
죄송해요.
happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried.
갑자기 공중에
I
사람이
implore you to
있어가지고 너무
savor
놀랐어요.
each and every moment you come
솔직히
across one
여러분들도
of these
놀라지
beautiful
않았어요?
figurines.
아, 너무 놀랐네. 아, 미안. 서 있었으면 넘어졌다. 발이 붕 떴다가 내려앉았어. 아, 콜렉팅 요소도 남아있구나. 어머! 원래 이 문 안 열렸었는데. 엘리베이터. 올라가기? 지금 나레이션 아저씨도 이러고 허밍하는데? 아, 뮤직 박스야 뭐야? 아유 정말. 내려가는 척만 하고. 아, 나 이런 아니, 뭐 이런 게 다 있어 정말. 정말 어이없네.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the
도전과제가
bucket's
문 열리기
warmth
전에
and
해야
guiding
되는
light
거였나 봐.
pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
비밀번호를 양동이가 알려줬어요. 역시 아 이거 엘리베이터 그 엘리베이터 엔딩.
The
뭐가
elevator
있었어요?
raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him,
또 엘리베이터
comforting
타면은
him,
똥 화낼라나?
reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The
투니까
bucket
그러진
is here for you,
않겠지?
Stanley. Everything will be fine.
아 벌써인가.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
한 번만 가볼까?
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the
넘버
number 3
3를
again.
눌러보고 싶대.
The bucket said nothing.
양동이. 넘버 3.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Well, he said, the number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
양동이랑 내 사이를 이간질하네.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that
이번에는
read
오히려 계속
Mind
돌아가게
Control
하는데요?
Facility.
아, 그냥 가자. 돌아가봤자 뭐 없을 것 같아. 탈출구. 이 게임에 너무 많은 선택지가 있어. 미쳐버리겠어.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
잔인한 죽음?
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
painful? 야! 야! 네? 뭐야?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the
어떡해,
bucket inched
Stanley
closer
and
to their
bucket.
demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and
아, 진짜
comfort
아파
had
보이긴
turned
하네.
out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be
우리 나가야
crushed to
되는 거냐?
death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of
오,
kicked
어떻게 하냐?
himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single
누구세요?
visceral instant, the bucket's
누구신데요?
life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
어? 여기 지난번에도 있었던 것 같기도 하고. 스탠리 페러블.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way,
양동이는 없었는데
but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious
이런 게
bucket to
있었던 거 같아.
behold.
근데 양동이는 없었던 것 같아. 그죠? 스탠리 페러블. 헉! 양동이를 이렇게 전시회를 해주네. 당신은 어느 지식의 벼랑 끝에 서 있습니다. 양동이와 마찬가지로 사람은 종종 내면이 텅 빈 것 같은 마치 기다려봐. 기다려봐. 마치 동굴과 같은 공허함을 느낍니다. 하지만 앞에 있는 전시를 통해 내면은 풍만해지고 풍요로워지고 단단해질 것입니다. 양동이와 그것의 역사에 대한 지식은 우리가 가질 수 있는 유일한 참된 지식입니다. 여기서 배울 지식을 가지고 세상 밖으로 나갈 것입니까? 전시의 내용이 받아들이기 힘들더라도 열린 마음으로 받아들이시겠습니까? 전시를 다 보고 난 뒤 당신과 당신이 사랑하는 사람들의 인생을 바꾸시겠습니까? 아니면 모른 척한 채 무지와 어둠 속에서 원래 살던 대로 살아가시겠습니까? 원래 양동이에 대한 전시가 아니었던 걸로
Can you see
기억하는데.
how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
지금까지 카메라로 찍은 양동이 중 가장 많은 양동이를 담았다. 이 사진을 찍은 사진가는 한 번에 이렇게 많은 양동이를 접한 행복감에 몇 주 동안 설사를 했다고 합니다. 손잡이가 2개 있다. 이 작품은 손잡이가 2개인 양동이를 묘사하고 있습니다. 이런 디자인의 양동이는 현실에서 만들어진 적이 단 한 번도 없었는데 너무 위험하다라거나 무모할 정도로 실험적이다라고 여겨졌기 때문이었습니다. 매년 수십 명의 사람이 이를 시도하려다 사형에 처했습니다. 와우, 몰랐네. 오케이, 하하하. 그렇게까지? 와, 불지옥 양동이. 이 작품은 불지옥 양동이의 복제품으로 중세시대 때 너무나도 강렬하고 매혹적인 힘을 가지고 있었기에 수십 개의 국가가 서로 그 힘을 차지하기 위해 전쟁을 치렀습니다. 수십억 명이 죽고 난 뒤 간단한 진실만이 남았죠. 그 누구도 양동이를 다룰 수 없다는 것을 말입니다. 양동이가 무섭구나 생각보다. 스트레스 양동이 하나의 비유. 해설 없이 출품되었습니다. 숭배하라. 양동이를 숭배하라. 우리는 인류보다 양동이가 앞서 존재했다는 것을 알고 있지만 얼마나 오래전부터 존재해왔는지는 알 수 없습니다. 이 동굴벽화는 초기 인류가 양동이의 실질적인 용도를 발견한 모습을 그리고 있으며 이 시기에 양동이는 이미 몇천 년 동안 존재해 왔을 것입니다. 이 벽화를 통해 어떻게 양동이가 자신과 같은 보물을 인류에게 줄 가치가 있는지를 판단한 뒤 자신을 사용할 수 있도록 허락했는지 확인할 수 있습니다.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
매달린 양동이. 저거 내 양동이 같은데? 이 작품은 양동이와 인류 사이의 필연적인 관계를 상징적으로 보여줍니다. 아무리 양동이를 향해 진정으로 다다랐다 생각하더라도 양동이는 항상 우리 손에 닿지 않는 곳에 있습니다. 이 어쩔 수 없는 거리감은 우리 자신을 위한 것입니다. 야! 닿았다.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
something.
Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the
지금까지
machine.
뭘 본 거야?
Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another
속편 일시정지래.
beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world.
어떻게 해야 돼? 꺼야 돼? 어떻게 해야 돼? 다시 시작했어.
All of his
양동이를
co-workers were gone.
잃을 수
What
없어서.
did it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
헐,
missed the
스티커
memo.
그대로 있어. 완전 소름 돋아.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
양동아, 미안해. 양동아, 미안해. 진짜 무섭다.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
양동이. 어? 어? 뭐 바뀌었어. 벽에 뭐 이상한 게 생겼어. 어머! 임무 상세. 전시회 내부 넓은 방 많은 상자, 계단과 관련된 할 일. 벽난로 근처? 와, 지금 내가 이거 2개 한 거야? 수집 요소. 총 5개가 있어. 와서 가져와. 분명히 이 벽을 전부 청소할 필요가 있겠어. 정말로 갖고 싶어. 전부 찾으면 보상이 있을 것이다. 어머! 바뀌었잖아! 어머, 세상에나! 어머, 무서워, 이 게임! 솔직히 겁나 의미 없어 보여. 그냥 무슨 일이 일어났는지 우리한테 말해주면 안 되냐? 회전하는 이상한 피규어들. 지금 피규어를 전부 찾으면 보상이 있을 것이다. 아, 이게 피규어가 있는 위치네. 단서 뭐 이런 거 있어. 저것들을 어떻게 찾을 것인가. 보상 없을 것 같아, 내 생각에. 일부러 막 보상이 있을 거다 이러고 뻥치는 것 같아. 개뻥. 누가 이 사진을 찍은 것인가? (416) 직원이 남긴 단서? 빨간 방? 아무튼 오케이, 알았어. 애들 안녕.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet simply because I have no remaining stickers.
와, 다시
If I
시작한
did, you
거에
can
의미가
guarantee
없네.
we'd be in
그냥
here
계속
for
이어지고
hours.
있구나, 이
But
게임이.
alas, no stickers.
새로 시작하는 척 오지네.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? What about
찾아냈군요.
Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
와, 이거 진짜로 나온 거 아니야, 이 피규어?
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And
되게
then
오랜만에 온다.
something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze,
아,
but
이게
said nothing at
루프구나.
all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times
양동이가
such as
있으니까
these.
근데 진짜 마음이
He held the
편안해지네.
bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort.
And that's when Stanley
아니야?
realized
스탠리는
this
아닌가?
isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket.
뭐?
Someone
내 버킷이
else's
아니라고?
bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket?
아닌데?
This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who
내
knows
버킷!
what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding
돼.
presence of his
내
bucket?
버킷!
And indeed,
버킷이
now
없으면
he
이게
noticed that the
못한단 말이야.
rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd.
안 돼!
And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious.
안 돼! 내
he exclaimed.
버킷
Without my bucket,
돌려줘!
I've gone truly mad.
내
Where is
버킷!
it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me!
버킷!
Bucket! Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me,
조잡스러운 가짜 버킷들.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his
많아.
old
So
friend.
many
It was
buckets.
the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
아, 여기 데스 엔딩이구나, 이거.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of
아이씨,
comfort and security,
쟤한테도
and walked
양동이가
to her
있어?
place of work.
아씨, 양동이
But on this
합성한 거 엄청
particular day,
티나네.
her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to
아, 여기
himself,
지하로
and then collapsed
내려오면
dead on
죽음
the sidewalk.
엔딩이구나.
Right away, she knew what the problem was.
버켓.
This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and
양동이가
how everything is
없으면
predetermined
죽는구나.
and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How
야,
cruel
이거 완전
would
원이랑
be.
다른 게임이네요.
And she
스탠드
hugged her own
그룹은.
bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on
양동이
everything.
게임이
Heck,
됐네?
yes, she thought to herself,
쌉인정?
my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
공중제. 오케이. 버켓. 오케이, 버켓. 피규어 탐색 협의? 여기 있는 문구도 바뀌었잖아. 416 직원에
Stanley decided to
남긴
go to the meeting room to
힌트가
check on his
피규어
co-workers. He never
그것도
functioned well by
있었거든.
himself and constantly needed support and guidance
혹시나
from
못
others.
봤을까 봐
So
여기도
the thought
붙여놨어.
of total solitude was terrifying to him.
회의실에서 피규어 탐색 협의했대. 오 마이 갓. 416. 어? 있냐? 어? 뭐지?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
이런 상호작용이 됐단 말이야? 이건 왜 끝까지 입력이 안 돼? 이거 여기 책상 올라갈 수 있는 것도 게임 그 유저들이 알아낸 거. 근데 2에서 약간 시크릿으로 여기 올라가는 미션 넣어놓은 거 아닐까? 왠지 그런 거 같아. 왠지 느낌이. 아님 말고. (416) 직원이 남겨놓은 힌트가 뭐야? 아무것도 아무것도 없는데?
Warmth
양동이.
spread through Stanley's arms.
아,
With the
양동이 안
bucket in his
가져가니까
arms
되게
again, he was
소중하신가
home.
봐요. 양동이 챙겨야죠, 챙겨야죠. 양동이를 안 가져가면 무슨 일이 일어날까?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
승강기 타는 쪽에 피규어?
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
야, 여긴 피규어 없나? 피규어 없나? 피규어 없나? 피규어?
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected
피규어
on all
모으기.
they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right. Then walking to the lounge. Then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
없나봐. 여기 있을 줄 알았는데. 상자가 가득한 방.
Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
야야.
Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
졸리다. 버켓아, 좀 졸리지 않아? 아, 덥고 안 졸리대요? 안 졸리나 졸리? 재밌다. 구름이가 내려왔어요. 끝인가? 나갈까 말까?
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good.
Said the bucket.
아까 그
Now ride
양동이
the
출입
lift all
금지
the way to
구간
the
가면
top.
똑같은
There's something
엔딩인가요?
up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking
아,
to him.
여기 피규어 있나?
It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact.
옆에
He was
있었다고?
firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly
저기
did
있다고?
whatever the bucket asked.
뒤에? 놓쳤네. 지금 뒤에? 옆에? 거짓말하는 거지. 상자 있는 곳에? 보인다. 저길 어떻게 가? 느낌이 안 오잖아. 저길 어떻게 가지?
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see,
똑같네.
there's a sign right there.
아.
It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire...
이렇게 간단할 수가.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone. Not with the
꺼졌네?
bucket around.
위치가 바뀌었어. 이거 입력. 이거 다 입력하면 뭐 생기나? 세상에나.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
없네 또? 너무 일찍 재시작했나?
Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his
Yum.
co-workers really all be gone?
어머. 아. 또 없다. 못 찾겠다. 랜덤인가?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
Okay,
Well, no,
무시무시.
never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
여기로 들어가면 거기로 나가는 길이 있을까? 여기. 여기 한 번 더 가봐야 되긴 하겠지?
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes.
저기 있는데.
Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
어? 하잇. 어? 하잇. 헐.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines. And now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of
난
your screen go
대단해.
up by one? Let me sit on
난
it.
짱이야.
I'm sure it will come to me.
이제 여기서 어떻게 나가냐? 어? 에? 여기 어디? 무서워. 쌌어? 잘했어. 증거. 에?
Okay, this is day number 295, tape number
뭐야, 나 이거 처음 보는 것 같은데?
I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel
양동이를 향한
every time I pick
진짜!
it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't
문 좀
figured out
열어줘야 될 것 같아.
why I see the world so
양동이가 마약 같은
differently
건가?
when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so. What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
뭐 이게 뭐야? 이게
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
내가 방금 뭐
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled.
Okay.
Anywhere they went together would be
네가 이제
perfectly fine
무서워.
with him.
얘가 왜 그 입력하는 거 사라졌지? 사장실에 한번 가보자.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
창고 진입 계획? 크리스의 유해를 해소할까? 이게 뭔 말이야? 아까 방금 회수한 얘네들이 만들어 놓은 거야? 그 다리를? 파란과 빨강 모두 어딘가에서 벽난로 근처? 사장실 벽난로 말하는 건가?
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
사장실 벽난로 근처.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now,
얘가
in
아닌가?
his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
정말로 괜찮? 2845?
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
놓친 것 같은데? 여기 어디 있다고? 이거 전구. 헐. 이걸 놓친다는 거 말도 안 돼.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
이제 하나 남았어. 다시 태어난 것만 같아. 피규어를 만나고 그러자. 파란 문, 빨간 문은 어디더라?
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind
아닌데?
Control Facility.
마인드 컨트롤? 깜짝이야.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What
양동이
horrible
엎어진
secret did
줄.
this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
양동이 안 들면은 그냥 스탠리라 그러겠지? 여기 뭐 사원들 감시하는 그런 데겠지 뭐.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Everything's gonna be okay. 저기 어디 내 사무실 저기 있다. 양동이야 울지 마. 427. 우울해.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
그랬구나.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this
유일한
point,
친구가
he could trust
양동이야.
no one except for the bucket.
내가 양씨를 좋아하긴 하지. 양효진.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation.
아, 여기서
Controls
뭐
labeled with
뛰어다니면서 뭐 눌렀던 거
emotions.
생각난다.
Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
양꼬치 맛있지.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
예?
Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
새. 오.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its
사실은
true
새를
intentions.
관찰하던
Had the bucket
기관이구나.
known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible
씨,
discovery.
버켓.
Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
새 엔딩? 진짜 어이없어. 미치겠어, 어이없어서.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
빨간색
simply missed a memo.
문 파란색.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
모니터에 불도 더 이상 안 들어오고.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a
양동이
committed
없이
bucket,
가야 하는
a
문에
bucket of
있었어요?
culture and
아
distinction.
진짜? 그렇구나. 방금 방에 피규어가 있었다고?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
시작하는 방에 보였었다고? 예? 여기? 전화 오는 것 같은데. 이거 말한 거야, 설마? 전화? 전화. 뭔가?
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
스탠리한테 집에 오면서 장 좀 봐달라고 전화한 건데? 뭐지? 우유 하나 사고 시리얼 있으면 6개 사와. 시리얼 있었어 이러고 우유 6개 사가는 사람 어때? 피규어 없어요. 랜덤인가?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
그냥
he entered the
스탠이야.
door on his left.
아 여기가 아닌가? 어떡해 나 잘못 왔나봐. 아 오른쪽 문인데 참.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself.
Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned?
양동이 없으니까
He made a
되게
note to be more
할
careful
맛 안
with
나네.
time from now on.
조용.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
이쪽으로 한 번도 간 적 없네. 하이.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's
바닥에
incredible
유골이
he
있다고?
wasn't fired years ago.
오케이, 여기서 점프를 잘해야 돼요.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to
여기다,
show
여기.
you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it.
여기다.
Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. And there it is. The last Stiggly
Yes.
Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real
와, 지금 새벽
accomplishment.
2시에
This is
드디어
doing something just
이
for the
게임
sake of
4시간
doing it.
플레이해서
Where so many people
피규어
expect to be
6개를
rewarded for the
드디어
most
다
trivial
모았습니다,
achievements,
여러분.
you've insisted that a job well done is its
감사합니다.
own reward. I
여한이
would
없습니다.
tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all,
정말 100년
but that would be
오래
like a
저
reward,
장수해도
and we
여한이
can't have
없습니다.
that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
끝이야? 보상이 있을 거라고 했던 것 같은데. 도전 과제도 없어요? 아, 그래요?
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would
뭐야,
both be
말
so much
들어줘도
happier
이상한-
if we just stopped.
이상한 어머.
And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
뭐야? 무서워. 로딩.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
이게 얌생이 같이 말해요? 뭐야 이게?
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
잘 모르겠어. 이거 뭐야? 가자, 얘들아.
No, wait. Where are you going?
어머, 이거 뭐야? 헉! 최신 유행하는 카페 아니야, 이거?
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
가자, 얘들아. 빨리 집에
Please, no,
가야지.
Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
어?
Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
이 계단은 살자 계단? 오, 야! 어머.
Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a
안
moment.
죽어?
Now, can we please get back to the other room?
다시 나 걸음걸이가 약간 느려진 것 같기도 하고. 어머, 초록색으로 바뀌었어? 대박.
There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
빨간색이 왜 나와? 마음에 안 들게 하네.
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
기분 잡치게 하네. 빨간색이 웬 말이야?
No, what are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
눈 딱 감고. 으아!
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
너무 멀어. 걸음이 너무 느려져가지고 너무 멀다.
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the
재미없었으면
situation correctly?
환불했지.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask.
2시간
It looks
넘게
like you wanted to make
플레이해가지고
a choice after all.
환불도 못한단
Well,
말이야.
this one is yours.
너무 불쌍하네, 목소리가. 동정심을 자극하지. 후대 boy. 야.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
좀 슬픈 것 같은. 피규어 다 모아가지고 다 사라졌어, 그것도. 회의실도 원래대로 바뀌었을까?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
왜요? 이거 아까 다 봤는데. 스탠리가 수집 요소를 발견했을 때 보상은 안 주고. 이게 원래 아무것도 없었나? 바로 지하로 내려가는 길이 열리네?
Here's where it all began. The
찾을 수
first collectible.
있을까요?
Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain?
여기.
We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
첫 번째. 7? 아니, 이러면 이건 이러면 안 되는 거잖아. 이건 아닌 거잖아.
And here was the second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
그 다음은 어디였더라? 계단
Okay,
아래.
let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand?
아,
Can you
순서를
remember?
기억해야 돼? 계단이지 않아요? 계단이죠. 잘 모르겠어. 저쪽은 또 달라? 아니면 어떡해?
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, under the stairs. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next?
이런 기억은 없는데?
Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
아닌데?
Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
아닌데? 어?
This was the 5th mini stand, and this one was really something
뭐야,
special.
그냥
It was
지나갔어.
behind the boss's office. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this
나
one
안
is
먹었는데 그냥
particularly
나와버렸네.
special to me, I made a little video to commemorate
되나?
the occasion.
먹었어야
Enjoy.
되나? 에? 아, 씨. 구려. 아, 뭐야. 파이널 컷으로 만들었어? 아. 아, 열받아. 키네마스터야? 아이씨. 아, 진짜 짜증나.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
다시 먹어야 될 것 같아. 미안해, 얘들아. 설마 리셋해가지고 아예 못 먹게 하나? 아니다.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to
다시 해야
put a pause
되는데?
on things. It's those figurines.
어쩔 수
Those
없지.
figures. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your
근데 그
entire
사과방은
life?
뭘까?
Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
그 비디오를 다시 봐야 된다는 게 너무나 괴롭다. 재밌다.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how
비디오
many of them
틀더가
we'd
좀
find.
자요?
Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
이미 콜렉팅했다고 없어. 소름 돋아. 헐. 먹어서 안 주는 거야. 먹었다 이거야.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You
거짓말하지
found this one all on your
없잖아요.
own, just by
매
poking
순간에
around in the boss's
자동
bathroom.
게임이네,
You
진짜.
did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand?
여기서
Can you
틀리면 어떻게
remember?
되지? 틀리면 떨어져 죽는 거 아니야?
No. The warehouse was the fourth place you found a fig Anley,
그래?
not the third. Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so
그냥
precious
넘어가
and
주는
so
거야?
cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know
10.
what? If the warehouse feels like the third place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments?
어머머머머머. 저렇게 그냥 넘어지는 거야? 너무 착순이다.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a figly in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
너무 초면인데 여기?
This was the fifth mini-stand, and this one was really something special. It was behind the boss's office.
모았어.
I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy. Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
짠네 아주. 씨.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works?
13개?
All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a figly and I
아까 그
thought to
사과
myself, yes,
그
that's
가짜 기억
all of them.
때문에
They're
13개가
all
됐어.
collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
어디로 가나 똑같군. 당신은 지금 현재에 있습니다.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
뭐? 뭐?
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
왜 이렇게 질척대지 쟤? 고양이도 질척대고. 질척이 무서워. 환불을 막기 위한 질척거림.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more.
아, 짜증나. 사기꾼이야. 아, 또 저런 거 안 먹고 지나갈 수가 없잖아요, 그죠? 해지구르마. 아, 나. 이거 비디오 또 봐야
And
되는 거
here's where I
아니지?
made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that
빨리 감기
video.
해주네. 역시. I hate that.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
이게 뭐한대요? 이 핑크룸? 사과? 사과에 뭐지? 사과에.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
여기서 떨어져서 죽으면 어떻게 될까? 안 떨어져. 못 떨어지네. 아. 여기 암까지네. 그럼 계단 아래는 안 보여주나?
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The
계단 아래에
very
있는 건
first
못
one we
먹나?
found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
계단 찾을 수 있을까요? 찾을 수 있을까요? 어떡해. 푸르미. 귀여미. 점프룸. 어머, 여기가 뭐.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember
이거
hating it
거기네?
back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite
이때
fond of
진짜
it now.
재밌었지, 그치?
Look how much fun the past is. I want more.
야, 너무
more
깜짝
memories.
놀랐잖아. 점프라니. 신박한 기능이다. 우리 게임에 점프가 없거든요. 젤다에도 없어요.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
졸려 보여요? 427. 어?
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
사무실로 들어오기 전?
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley?
Invented?
Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship.
내가
And
너의
Stanley really did
양동이었던
make for a
거야?
wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But
소리 하는
I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time.
스탠리를
I'll take care
지워버린다고?
of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
이제 한 번 더 엔딩 보면 완전히 끝이라는 건가? 이 게임이? 그런 거야?
All of his co-workers were gone.
그런가
What
본데?
could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
양동이도 그대로 있네. 다행이다. 양동이는 그대로 있어. 그럼 오늘 여기까지 해야겠다. 과연 한 번 더 엔딩을 보면은 어떻게 될까? 와, 오픈 그냥 이렇게 바뀌었구나. 게임 시작하면 이 스탠리 테러 이거 완전 낚시구나. 울트라 디럭스라고 판매한 것도 완전 낚시네. 사실 2네. 와, 갓게임이네요. 정말 재밌고요. 너무너무 재밌는 스탠리 패러블 울트라 디럭스였습니다. 모든 것이 낚시인 게임. 게임 좀 하는 녀석들을 능욕하는 게임이었습니다. 양동이만 진짜인 게임. 양동이가 주인공인 게임임. 그럼 울트라 디럭스 이러고 있다. 네, 이러고 있네요. 도전 과제. Complete the Stanley Parable. 테스트. 헉! 게임을 켰다가 다시 키시오. 와. Play the Stanley Parable for entire version of a Tuesday. What? 스피드런? 4분 22초 만에 끝내시오? 헉! 10년 동안 이걸 하지 말래. 미친놈. 아주 재밌는 게임이네요. 네. 그럼 오늘 방송은 여기까지고요. 내일 만나요. 아, 오늘 만나요, 여러분. 오늘은 무슨 게임을 하죠? 스탠리 패러블은 저만 하면 된 것 같고요. 게임 어떤 게임을 할지 고민하다가 저지 아이즈를 또 할 수도 있고, 네, 그렇습니다. 그러면 이따 봐요. 여러분 안녕히 주무세요. 마이크가 여기. 오, 완벽해. 안녕히 주무세요, 여러분. 햄바. 잘 자요. 잘 자요.
내 꿈꾸 하트.
햄사랑 보내줄게요. 구름이도 안녕히 주무시라고 하네요. 잘 자요. 햄바.